We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Oh, looks like I forgot to load up my avatar. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, you should be seeing him come up in just a sec. All right, here we go. All right, everybody, my name's the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. We're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So we're going to be, let's talk about what we're going to be covering today on the live stream. The schedule is over at our Reddit, which you can access over here. And we also have a Discord server if you're interested in that. Whoops, that's not how you spell Discord. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about what the schedule is going to be for today. So today is June 17th, 2026, and we're going to be covering a few different topics today, as is per usual on the Shy Hat live stream, otherwise known as the HackerFrogs live stream. The first topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a demo. We're going to be taking a look at a demo of a upcoming puzzle game. It's called Order of the Sinking Star. It's from Jonathan Blow, who is a very well-known indie game developer. He came out with The Witness, which is another one of my favorite puzzle games, and we're going to be trying that out for the first hour of today's stream for the warm-up. For the second topic, we're going to be doing a demonstration of some forensics challenges and some general challenges from the PicoCTF 2026 event. So if you're interested in learning about how to do these forensics challenges, please stay tuned for that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs Cryptography Session 6. So this is going to be the last of our cryptography sessions for HackerFrogs. And after this one, we're going to be moving on to network service hacking. And this is going to be our educational topic. So that's the third hour of today's stream. For the fourth hour, and probably the fifth and the sixth hour, we're going to be doing a PwnedLabs challenge. So PwnedLabs is a platform where you can learn about all sorts of slightly more advanced cybersecurity techniques, and today we're going to be taking a look at hacking the cloud with AWS, Amazon Web Services. Wait, no gaming break? The gaming break is at the beginning. So we're going to be doing some gaming at the beginning for the first hour, and Neil Tropolis, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started then in our first topic, Order of the Sinking Star, this demo. And if you're interested in taking a look at the game, I've got the link for the website over here. And we'll put 60 minutes on the clock and we'll get started with this. Okay, and then let me go ahead and get the game started. Okay, you should be seeing it come on screen right about now. Okay, so this is a demo version of this game. It should be coming out in a few weeks, I'm not completely sure. So we've got this splash screen here. There it is, yeah. So we're working hard to finish the full game. Voices for many characters have been recorded, but others have not yet done. Choose how these are handled. Do we want the temporary computer-generated voices, or do we want silent voices but with subtitles? It's probably easier just to do the computer-generated voices, but I'll leave it up to some of the people in chat. If you've got an opinion about this, let us know in the chat. Okay, let me just make sure that the volume is handled okay. So the game, audio should be coming through. Okay, let's go ahead and go with the computer-generated voices. Oh, and you should be able to hear these sounds as well. Okay. So it's either computer-generated voices or you reading it all out. Computer voices, yeah. That saves me a bit of effort. All right, so what do we got? So this is top-down. Use your controller. You're gonna talk plenty regardless. Yeah, we do a lot of talking on this stream. So it looks like we got a Who are we controlling? So this is like a fantasy.
Jack Hayes? Conroe? Are you here? Any loyalist? Are you here?
Can we... Next available entry window now. Pretty good AI voices. Well, I mean, they said that some of the voices have been recorded, so they're using some of the actual voices and some of the AI voices. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to tell when the AI voices come about. Computer-generated voice is so good. I mean, yeah, it's looks like we can't push any of these objects. So I guess we'll keep on. What does this mean? Next available entry window now. So we got one button that makes us flash. I don't know what that means. Order of the Sinking Star. Okay. Let's just wander on in here. It looks like there's some sort of object over here that I can collect.
Foreign script. But I understand it somehow.
Okay, what is this? So, X...
Mr. Quigley, the doorstead has closed sooner than expected, so I'm on my own for the time being. I trust all is correct on your end and you'll reopen when you can manage. Meanwhile, I'm going to look around. I'll leave a trail of beacons should you send someone after, and do my best to leave useful information in case of my disappearance or expiry.
Okay,
I'm standing in an anteroom. The decor is very strange. The stylings don't look like any culture I know. So this may indeed be a completely other world. Even if I'm wrong, we've certainly managed to fling me much further than is possible with a mundane doorstead, so rest assured that I consider my life's work a success, regardless of what happens to me going forward. These chambers were made for a large gathering, but they're empty. Still, I feel as though I'm being watched. The surfaces are spotless. No
Not
dust.
too heavenly, this.
Is it actively being cleaned? I'll press forward. You'll hear from me again, God willing.
Okay, so we've got immediately some puzzly stuff. So these look like they might be coordinates 069104, and then we've got some symbols. So like a diamond, a shield, a circle, and a split box. And Kazori says, "I made a game demo if you want to test it next." I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about that. But thank you very much for the suggestion. So let's see. So there's two things to look at here. There's this thing, and then there is Forged from the Mist by the Order of the Sinking Star, Static Lilay Brigade. Okay, so we'll just keep on going. Okay, and what is this thing? Occupants 0. Occupants 0, you may proceed through the introduction. Neil Tropolis says, "It's said that some cheat devs are making a multi-million plus making gaming hacks, an industry worth 8.5 billion. 3.5 of that is for SaaS cheats." So, I mean, we're talking about software as a service for cheats. For popular games like, I'm guessing, Grand Theft Auto or Counter-Strike and stuff like that. I really don't know too much about that industry, but I have heard of it before. People are paying a lot to cheat in online games. COD, yeah, Call of Duty. Okay, so let's see, we can proceed with the introduction, sure. What is... You can push a rock. Okay. So we got the rocks, we can push them. Very good. Alright, I guess we can... So this is like a Sokoban game. So a Sokoban, or like a warehouse game. And then we can push them out of the way. So Y to undo to go back to a solvable state. So there is an undo button, which is nice. The previous game we played that was in this style, Void Stranger, did not have an undo button, which was a bit of the pain in the butt. Okay, so let's see, undo. So, I mean, we are in a solvable state.
Hosts of this place, show yourselves. Your guest demands it.
Okay, Zori says, you played Void Stranger? Yeah, we played quite a bit of Void Stranger. It's not exactly a great game to live stream, because there's a lot of repetition involved, but it was a very fun game. I might play it on stream for maybe like a special occasion one of these days. Okay, so 2 rocks are too many for you, so we can't push rocks if they're in a row. I guess that means we need to get by somehow. I guess we can go here.
You who call yourselves Sinking Star, if you want to help me, send me back to my men.
Hello world, nice to see you here. Welcome in. Okay, so let's see. Hold RB to run or RT to slow down. RB to run or RT to slow down. So this is to run, and this to go slowly. Okay. Neil Tropos says, indeed, and I'm surprised how big it is. It says more about our society. I mean, I guess people want to win. I guess if people compete, they want to win. They want to feel good about winning, even if they're cheating to do it. Okay, Hello World says, I don't understand what you do and what you hack, but I'm happy to see your lives and videos. Thank you, Hello World. We're just doing a warm-up gaming segment right now. We'll be getting on to our hacking topics in about 50 minutes or so. Okay, so this is like the start button to restart the level. No? What is this button?
Is this the afterlife?
You can undo a reset. Hold Y until you're back to where you are. Hold Y? Okay, so I mean that's good. Otherwise we would have had to redo everything there. Okay. Okay, so we tried restarting the level. And what do we have? This is a checkpoint. So this is a checkpoint, right? I guess we need to push boulders to get to the exit. And we've got an audio log. Okay, Zori says, I mean, if buying the game isn't owning it and hacking the game isn't stealing, I think it's good for games. I mean, buying the game isn't owning it. I mean, the thing about live service games that require the company to put up servers for people to play, is that you're essentially buying the right to use the service. So it's kind of murky.
Quigley, it's very strange. There are plaques with text in an unknown language, glyphs that don't look like our writing at all, but I just know what they mean. This feels completely natural. There's no slightest impression that I should not understand these squiggles. The signs make clear that they constructed this place for strangers to find, which explains why these parameters made such a big bump in the sounding outs. They are advertising this place. There's something ahead. I don't know where it'll take me, but of course I'm going through. Ever onward, ever forward.
Okay, so it says here that if we press the reset button now, it'll take us back to the checkpoint. Okay, so this takes us back to the checkpoint, but we don't want to be at the checkpoint. Okay, buying is just having access. Yeah, I guess you can think of it that way. Of course, for single-player games, that's not really the case. You actually You actually own those games. Well, at least until the platform that you access the games from goes out of business. Like, if Steam ever went out of business, a lot of people would be really upset because people have many hundreds or thousands of dollars invested in the games they have in their Steam library, and they're all accessed through the Steam application. Okay, and then we can continue. What is this? I guess we just go around.
Instruct me, for thou knowest, thou from the first was present, and with mighty wings outspread, dove-like sat'st brooding on the vast abyss, and madest it pregnant. What in me is dark, illumine. What is low, raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence and justify the ways of God to men.
To follow knowledge like a sinking star. So we're talking about some sort of secret society here? Okay, Neiltropia. So, okay, SysOS says Steam allows you to run and install all their games offline and makes the offline backup copies. It would be a pain, but you could make a total backup of your library. Well, I mean, I haven't really looked into that, but I mean, if that's true, then that's definitely a good thing. But not having access to the library. If you suddenly didn't have access to the library, I guess you would just lose access to all those games. Neil Tropla says, do we need more cyber police? They would probably go after the peer-to-peer crowd. Cyber police. I mean, who do you mean by cyber police in this case? Alright, let's read the other plaque. Beyond the utmost bounds of human thought. So something about the sinking star beyond... Alright, EF, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Much appreciated, thank you. Okay, let's read that again. We can go faster. To follow knowledge like a sinking star. Okay. Let's continue.
Foreign transport? Please take me home.
Okay, and what is this?
I've scouted the area quite a bit, and there's a lot happening here, and I don't yet understand it all. You'll have to see for yourself. I've found it best to make progress in the north and the east. Avoid the west until you are ready for a serious challenge.
So they're telling us we should go north or east? What is this, a map? This is... What is this? Oh, okay. So you can press the left trigger button, and it gives you a map, an overhead map of what's going on. Okay, SysOS says, why would police go after a civil dispute? Copyright is not criminal law until you do it on a big enough scale that it could be considered a business. Hello World says, I want to start learning networks, cyber things, and the ethical side of our lives and other people's lives on networks. I feel like hacking is a two-sided weapon where there's so many sources to learn. Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn about hacking stuff, I can give you some links. So here's our Get Into Cyber thread on the Reddit, and here's some education links if you want to learn about specific topics inside of cybersecurity. I hope those links help. Okay, we'll go north. The hardy heroes of hauling. Hardy heroes of hauling. Looks like we got some pressure plates.
These fortifications look stalwart enough. Though I had thought thus about my own walls.
Okay, your advice could help me find a good point to start from. So take a look at the links I left in the chat. The first one and then the second one. So what is this? What are we doing with A?
What just happened? I've never seen bars just dissolve like that.
So we're playing as a different person? Can't push these, we can push these.
When we catch this guy, I'm gonna give him a big piece of my mind. Wish I could punch him. Hard. This place is so huge. How am I gonna find the others? Tiff? Isidore! Seems I'm on my own for now. Let's go.
Okay, Neil Tropolis says it IC3. IC3 is the cyber police. IC3 is the cyber police. I'm not sure if I've, Can you tell me what IC3 stands for? I'm not too sure if I've heard of this organization before. Okay, so we can we push these? Oh, maybe this person can push two blocks in a row. Huh. It looks like we've already come across a kind of weird looking puzzle, huh? Okay, so we can move these aside. Then we can get in here. Alright.
Ah, one of these. Now stay out of my way, you stupid energy.
So we're not supposed to move into this yellow field? Yeah, we can't move through it. I guess we put the pressure plate, well, put the block in the pressure plate and then exit. Okay.
So much energy needed to keep these gates going. Why? In such an empty place. Magistrate Rayner felt slimy to me from the beginning. I should have said something, but we needed the job.
So it looks like we're just moving the blocks onto the pressure plates. Seems simple enough. Okay, and then this one, and then this one. The Internet Crime Complaint Center. The Internet Crime Complaint Center. Huh.
Tiff should see this hall. It's so bright and shiny. I hope that girl's okay.
Yeah, I really haven't heard very much about this organization. So what's this? So let's see, tilt. No? Bring up the map and then tilt it. Exit and then local area map. Local area map, full map. Okay. So we got one thing that's been completed, and then we need to complete more of these. I mean, I'll tell you right away, I'm not American. I mean, I may, sound like I have an American accent of English, but, I'm in Canada. If you were hacked, that's who you would contact. I mean, is the Internet Crime Complaint Center, is it American, though? Okay, so they want us to keep on continuing here?
Isidore! Valens! Oh, seems I'm on my own for now. I don't know how far I can get alone.
So I'm assuming that, oh, these different characters do different things with the blocks. So this character drags blocks.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched. It's creepy, but maybe a little nice? Someone cares about me. Oh, someone creepy cares about me.
Okay, so we can just drag this stuff. Palantir is everywhere. I mean, all I know about Palantir is that Palantir is like a company. I don't know very much about them. So this character can't push blocks, they can only pull blocks. Okay, so we can break this, pull this block up here, and then move through. Okay, and then we can get to the exit.
So many odd-shapen cords. The architect must be a slight deranged. Wouldn't mind to know him.
So what do we have here? I guess we need to... We need to drag a block onto this one over here. Okay. Seems easy enough to just go here and then...
Come along, Crystal friend. We've somewhere you need to go.
So we can only pull this one. If we pull it here... Yeah, this doesn't help us. Actually, wait, no it does. It does help us. We can pull it like this and then back down. Yeah, okay. Oh, but here's the thing. Okay, so we need to pull it back over here. And then we need to go in from the other entrance. Okay.
We'll be back for you. Don't worry. These crystals make me sad. Oh, but they're so beautiful and shiny, too. I love them.
So we got three... We've got 3 blocks to pull. Maybe we'll start with this one. And then... Then we'll do the one in the middle. Actually... Then we can do this one in the middle. And then this one. Okay. That was a little tricky.
Whoever you are, hold tight. We'll pull you out of this.
Okay, and we got one. It looks like we've got one more level to do. Or one more series of levels.
Still don't understand how I got out of there. Some kind of intervention from afar? First I'll find the others.
So what is the rule over here? So if I enter the same row or column as one of these blocks, I'll switch positions with that. But it only happens... I don't know what the rule is here. Oh, okay. I think if I move towards a block... If I'm in the same row as a block, and I move towards a block, I will change positions with that. Which means I can change positions with this one, and then get to the exit.
At least the magistrate went crazy before the job. If we'd moved all these crystals out, I'd have naught to work with now.
So, Neil Tropolis, if you want to... I mean, if you want to talk about cybersecurity, that's fine. We try not to talk about political topics if we can avoid it. Most of the time we can. But you're welcome to stay. Okay, so so I guess what we need to do is we need to get this block over to the switch, over to the pressure plate. So get it to the pressure plate, and then... So I guess the first thing to do would be to switch positions. And then switch positions over here. And then switch positions over here. Excel Spreadsheets, hello, nice to see you here. I saw you in PicoCTF's chat earlier. Nice to see ya. Okay, and then... switch positions, and then go back up. And then switch positions, and then we can exit.
Tiff? Tiff, where are you? Arrayed like an improvised gallery or trophy room, a variety of colors. He really likes colors?
So this is... this might be kind of tricky. Oh, it looks like we need... So these are all on pressure plates. Alright, So, I mean, I can step here. We just need to... Oh, you know what? Okay, awesome. So that's how you do that one. Alright, well, we managed to get out of this situation with a little bit of, fun outside the box thinking.
Strangely cut, they felt lifelike, almost possessed. Tiff and Valence can't be far. I was in prison but a few hours. I'll find the magistrate. He'll explain himself.
Okay, we need to put three blocks on 3 different pressure plates. So we can do 1. That's 2. This last one's a little bit trickier. Now, how do I get into the middle there? Maybe I should do the middle one first. Can you push the statues? We can't push, but if we take a step in the direction of one of these crystals, we switch positions with that. So if we're already on the same column or row with the block, then we'll switch positions with it. I'm just trying to figure out how to get a block into the middle position here. Let's just put them all against the back wall first. Can you step on the middle? I mean, we can step on the middle now. It's just that we need to find a way. We need to find a good way to put a block in the middle. Oh, I think I know how to do it. Okay. So we'll go down here, and then we'll step on here, and then we'll switch with the middle block. Yeah, move behind the statue, then you can move towards the middle. I think, yeah, I think we got that done. So we can switch here, and then, well... Let's do this end block here. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm stuck in a loop. Okay. Now here. Ah, this isn't working out. Okay, move between the other one. Okay, you can try to sort the rocks in the same row or column, so you can switch one by one. So, I think I can do this one now. Okay. Like this. Okay, and now all we need to do is the third one. Okay, done. Done.
That magistrate, we were so professional, and he was so incredibly rude.
Okay, and looks like we can now move north. So what's this? More puzzles. Heroes of Hauling. So I guess we've got like an insignia. We got more. We got like a sub map to go to down here. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh. What is this? I guess we need to explore. No? It's like a cage. Crossroads. Crossroads. And wait, didn't we listen to this one already?
I've scouted the area quite a bit,
Yeah,
and
we did
there's
this
a
one.
lot happening here, and I don't yet understand it all. You'll have to see for yourself. I've found it best to make progress in the north and the east. Avoid the west until you are ready for a serious challenge.
Okay, here's another series of challenges.
Valens! Finally!
Hey, Izzy.
Oh, I am glad you came along. It seems I can't get out my way.
I can't get out my way either.
We'll figure it out.
We always do.
So maybe we can switch between different characters. So undo. I can press B to switch between characters. Oh, okay. So this person can switch not just blocks, but also characters. Then I'll switch over to this guy. But this, yeah, this doesn't help us. Okay. Now what is this?
Let's
dude?
go get that stupid magistrate.
Let's go get that stupid magistrate. And find Tiff.
Tiff! Are you alright?
Of course. Shush, we've got to catch the magistrate. Where's Izzy?
He went the other way looking for you.
Well, let's find him. Which other way?
Yeah. There are a lot of other ways in here.
Okay, so this guy can push, and then we can switch over to the other character, and then pull. And then switch and push. So we're gonna be doing a lot of switching around in this game. Okay, and then she can pull. Oh, you know what? We need this guy to be in the lower left portion of the screen. So let's undo. Okay, so we'll move the other guy over here.
Even when we find Izzy again, then what? We just leave? No harm done?
I know where that magistrate's going. We've got to catch up.
Okay, she goes over here, and then he goes here to push this into place, and then she can pull it out.
We just need to keep headed east.
Oh. Okay. How do you know that?
When he locked us up, he was dressed for travel. And about his neck,
You were eyeing his jewelry, of course.
in addition to the necklaces he wore the other day when he hired us, a new distinctive leather cord.
Oh, key for a locker? A locker in the crawler?
The crawler.
So it says the undo is trippy implemented. Yeah, it looks a bit weird. I agree.
Let's go get that stupid magistrate.
Let's go get that. I mean, he's not stupid, though.
I mean, we don't like him.
Everyone has redeeming qualities, though.
Oh my god.
I told him we need to get out of this echoey, lonely place, then head to the passengers' retrenchment for the crawler.
Oh, that's where we're going?
Didn't I say? Oh, I did now, I guess.
Okay, so we need to switch over to her, and then pull. And then switch over to this guy, and then get out. Okay, and then I mean, we want to move the rock out. Maybe I've screwed this up already. We want to put the two rocks onto these two pressure plates. It looks like the girl's already stuck, so we need to undo. Okay. So he can... We'll pull him over here and then switch over. And that means we can have her pull this rock into place, and then he will switch places. And then she can come out. Huh. Maybe pull this in place? I'm not too sure. Okay, switch over to him. And then switch places with the rock. And then switch over to her, and then pull the rock into place. Okay, so this is... I mean, it's nearly done. Switch back to him. Switch places. Okay, and then... Here's the thing, though. If I try to go towards the exit, it's gonna pull the rock. So maybe I should put her here. Hold on, let's undo. We'll put her here, we'll put him there. Oh. Hold on. We'll switch over to her. Uh-oh. I think she's dead. Yeah, I can't switch over to her anymore because, yeah, she died. Well, I guess we found out that that's a thing. We'll just undo until... Okay. So how do we get her onto the other side safely? We need him to stay here. So she can't pull multiple things at once. She can only pull one block at a time. How do we get her onto the other side? Because there has to be something here to deactivate the force field. She's gonna pull whatever it is off of the pressure plate, and then the force field kills her. So how do we do this? How about we try switching over to this dude? I mean, this dude, this guy can get onto the other side. But she can't. Because she has to pull whatever it is behind her. And if she tries to move left, she pulls the rock off of the pressure plate, which kills her. So there's got to be something tricky we can do to get past this. So he can't interact anymore. We'll keep on going back. So we'll put the guy back on the other side of the force field. This is really trippy looking. That's true. Okay, Dylan Thompson says, you need to switch places with her from the other side. You need to switch places with her from the other side. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Dylan Thompson. Yeah, thanks for the advice. Okay, let's see if we can set that up. So we'll put her over here. We'll put him over here, and then we'll put her over here. We'll switch back to him. Put her on the other side, and then we'll step here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Dylan Thompson. Much appreciated. Okay.
We still work well together.
That we do. We were just giving him the tally for the move, as we'd agreed, and slammo, he jails us. I still don't understand.
It would have been a far bigger move than he told me at the banquet. Did he think we were exaggerating? Trying to overbill?
Bit of an overreaction.
So who are we controlling right now? Okay, so we're this guy. Where are the crystals? Oh, there's a crystal on the other side. Alright, so we'll put this guy over here. And then he can switch positions. Okay, so where do we want to put this thing? Let's reset. So we start here. Maybe we want this guy to release the pressure plate. Okay, Dylan says, thank you for the channel. Love what you do. Haven't played this game before, by the way. Just made sense. Keep up the great work. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so this is Order of the Sinking Star. The demo's out right now, and it's free over on Steam. Let me see if I can get you the link. So let me where is it? Here's the link right here if you want to get more information. And we're just gonna be doing this for another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll move on to the hacking cybersecurity topics. Who am I playing as right now? Okay, so we want to get the crystal out of out of this corner. Maybe we can switch places with this guy? The problem is if we switch places, this guy has nowhere else to go, but he can push. Oh, we destroyed the crystal, which means we can't solve the level anymore. Let's not do that. Maybe what we need to do is... is this. Okay, then we'll put... Now he's... Now he's stuck. Now we're back in the same position we were before. We want to push... We want to find some way to push the crystal off of this row. If we can push it off of this row, then we can, then we've got a lot more to work with. So that closes this off. You can switch. Oh, this is better. It's better if the crystal is... Well, is it better? Because this is the same thing. Okay, swap the red and blue guy now. Okay, let's go back to... So swap the red and blue guy now. So we can swap here, and then he can go... He can go where? So we're swapped. Oh, okay. So he can swap here.
His guard sees us. Tiff didn't seem surprised.
Come to think, did she look a bit sheepish to you?
More than sheepish.
Okay, this works.
Guilty-ish. Who ever heard of a castle full of man-sized crystals anyway? Isn't this whole thing extremely weird?
What does this unlock? Okay, so it unlocks this over here. We might be able to solve one...
A choice of outfits?
Can we zoom in? We really can't zoom in, okay. So for choice of outfits, we got red, blue, and green. I mean, I'm a proponent of green myself. So we got green, and then what is it? Undo. So what does this do? Then we become blue. I guess it really doesn't matter what color outfit you use.
The cloth feels smooth and well tailored. And I feel like a new person.
Okay, it resets the crystals, and unknown what it does yet. So the crystals are here. Oh, you know what? Maybe it gives you different powers. So if you become green, then you can pull. Like the, Yeah, okay. So depending on what color outfit you have on, you've got different, block manipulation powers. So I guess we want to pull this all the way out. And then we'll become blue, so that we can do the teleport thing. Okay, now I'm stuck. Okay, so we want to be red. so that we can push this thing. And then go back to green so that we can pull. But where are we putting these? Are there pressure plates? So I don't see... Oh, we just need... Okay. We're not putting these on pressure plates. We just need to clear the path. Okay. So I guess... we need to find a way to... Okay, I think I know what to do. We need to bring the other block into the same row as that one. So we need to push. Oops. Become red. And then we can push. Oh, but if we push it over there, then we can't get back to the outfit changing. Huh. How do we do it then? I guess we become green. And then we can pull this out of place. Then we'll become red. So that we can push this over here. And then green again. So that we can go over here. So what I want to do is I want to put the block down below into this position, so that I can get access with the blue outfit. Okay, so we need to be red, so we can push this over here, and then green. And then red again. It's a lot of outfit changing. Okay, and now we can become blue. And then switch positions, go down, switch positions here, and then get to the exit. I guess it's not an exit.
Tiff, why did the magistrate lock us up?
Sometimes things just follow me home without me doing anything. You know how it is.
You stole from him?
All right, so I mean, this is a pretty fun game, and well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more advanced mechanics coming up later in the demo. But let's go ahead and finish this out for now. So thank you very much for watching the gaming portion of this stream. Time for hacking. Yeah, we're gonna come back to this later. Maybe in the next stream, because apparently there's gonna be 2 parts to this demo, and it's a pretty highly anticipated game. Alright, choose again to quit. Alright. So now let's get on to the hacking portion of today's stream. We'll put 60 minutes on the clock. We're going to be doing a bunch of demos from the PicoCTF 2026 event. Let me go ahead and grab the link in case anybody wants to follow along. So we're going to be doing stuff from PicoCTF 2026.
Mr. Hackney, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
I hope everybody can go to Hack and have a great day. So here's the link over here. If you don't have an account over at Scilab, you can make one for free. And we're just going to be demoing a few of the different challenges over here. Most of these are going to be forensics challenges, which means we're going to be investigating funny-looking files to try to discover some secrets. All right, let's go ahead and get that set up so we don't need this link anymore. And what else? Just a second, everybody. I also need to change up my overlays. So we're doing topic 2 right now. Topic 3 is on deck. We're doing PicoCTF. And I might as well put on some music while we're doing this, because, well, it's always more fun to have a little bit of music on the background. Okay. So this is for PicoCTF. Here it is, 2026. We're doing the forensics challenges first. And I think the first one we're going to be doing is Disco 4. Okay. Let me pull up the challenge over at PicoCTF, sorry, Scilab, over here. Okay, here's the challenge. If you want to do this challenge yourself, you want to follow along, here's the link. You need to be logged in, of course. And I think the music might be a bit loud. Let me go ahead and turn it down a bit. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Disco 4 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their forensic set of challenges. The description says, can you find the flag in this disk image? This time I deleted the file, let's see you get it now. Download the disk image here. Okay, so we've got a link that leads to a disk image that we need to investigate. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our environment in the workspace. So you can click on the orange Open in Workspace button, and this is going to open up a terminal. So this is a Linux CLI terminal, and what we want to do is we want to make it full screen. Not full screen, in its own browser tab. We can do that by right-clicking on the terminal, and then selecting this frame, and then selecting Open Frame in New Tab. So that's going to open up the web shell in its own tab over here. And what we want to do is, well, let me get rid of some of these files that I already have first. Just a second. Let's get rid of some of these other files. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to create an environment where we can solve the challenge. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a directory called Disco4, because that's the name of the challenge, and then we're going to enter that directory. After we do that, we're going to download the disk image. So over at Scilab, we're going to exit the workspace, and then we're going to hover over the link, right-click, and select Copy Link. Then we're going to go over to the web shell. SysOS says, clean up on IL web shell. Yeah, we occasionally want to clean up our files over here, because it can get kind of cluttered and we've got limited space. Okay, we're going to wget space and then paste in the file address, hit enter to download the file. So this is going to take a little bit of time because it's 20 megabytes, but then afterwards we need to decompress this file because this is a GZ file, and GZ stands for gzip file. So we can unzip file or gunzip it to decompress the file. After that's done, then we can interact with the disk image. Let me just pull up my notes. Then we'll start talking about what's going on in here. Okay, where's my presentation file? Here it is. Okay, so this is the PicoCTF 2026 event. Disco 4 is the challenge, and in this challenge they want us to find a flag in the disk image, but the flag file was deleted. So how do we access deleted files? So what we're going to do is we're going to recover some deleted files, and we can use the sleuthkit fls command to locate deleted files in the disk image. So we're getting kind of ahead of ourselves. So we'll go back to the web shell here. And the first thing we like to do when we're investigating disk images is we need to take a look and see if there are multiple partitions on the disk with the mmls command. So there are no partitions on the disk, so it's all one partition. The next thing we want to do is we want to take a look at the files in the Disco4 image over here, and we can see that there's a bunch of different files. Actually, there's not very many files, but if we wanted to access deleted files specifically inside of FLS, we would grep for a specific pattern, which is this asterisk over here. So there are two, according to FLS from the sleuthkit, there are two files that were deleted. And there's log messages, and there's log don't delete.gz. So what we want to do is we want to restore these files, and we can restore the files with the icat command. Just a second, we'll talk about how to do that. So with FLS, typically deleted files will have an asterisk beside the inode number. So there are two deleted files. So we use the FLS command, we look for those asterisks, and that points us at these two files. So what we're looking for is the don't delete.gz file, and we can recover it using the icat command. So all we need to do is run icat with the disk image file and the inode number. We'll redirect the contents of that file into a file called don't delete.gz. So that essentially recovers the file. So over here, we run icat disco4.dd and then the inode number. So the inode number is this number over here. So 3532021. And what we're going to do is we're going to, if we do the command by itself, it gives us a GZ file. Well, the output of a GZ files are binary files, and what we want to do is we just want to restore it back into its original form. So let's see. The file is called don't delete.gz. So what we're doing is we're running the icat command, and we're going to redirect the output into this file don't delete.gz. Okay, zcat can read gzip files directly. Zcat. I wonder if we have it on this terminal. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we can. I'm not too sure whether or not zcat is like a standard command or not. Is it? Hold on, let me look this up. Is zcat a standard Linux command? Okay, zcat is a standard Linux command. It comes pre-installed on virtually all Linux distributions as part of the default gzip package. So let's see. So I guess you can just read whatever's in a gzip file using zcat. That's cool. I didn't know that before. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, SysOS. Okay, so the standard way of doing this is to first redirect this into a file with this command, and then we would unzip this file to get access to the files. So unzip don't delete.gz, and we see that this results in the file don't delete. If we take a look at this file, this is ASCII text. So it's an ASCII text file, we can read this directly, and we've got our flag over here. PicoCTF del don't hide well. Del don't hide well. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to finish the challenge by copying the flag and then going back to the challenge and then pasting the flag over here and clicking on submit. Okay, alright, that was correct flag. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Disco4 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their forensic series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so yeah, apparently Zcat is a standard part of gunzip. So if you've got gzip, you almost always have Zcat. Awesome, awesome. Thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, we'll move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be, well, first of all, let's do a little bit of cleanup over here. So we're going to rmrf disco 4. And then we're going to move on to the next challenge. So I think the next challenge we're looking at is more of the forensics get challenges. So we did forensics get 0, but we're also going to do forensics get 1 and forensics get 2. Okay, so this is forensics get 1. Let me grab the presentation file for this. Oh, did I forget to upload the presentation file? So forensics get 0 PDF. Okay, so I need to do a little bit of uploading. This is going to take just a second, everybody. Yeah, I thought I did this already. Oh well. So forensics get 1 and forensics get 2. Okay, this should just take a second. Let's reload the page. Okay, now they're here. Great. Alright, we can get started. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Forensics Get 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their forensic series of challenges. The description says, can you find the flag in this disk image? Download the disk image here. So what we want to do first for this challenge is we want to set up our environment. We can click on the Open Workspace button down here. And then that's going to open up a CLI terminal. What we want to do is we want to right-click on that terminal, and then we want to select this frame and then Open Frame in New tab. So after that, we're going to see our web shell in a separate web browser tab, which is what we want. And what we're going to do here is we're going to work inside of the temporary directory. Since we have a limit of, I think it's like 120 megabytes on our home directory, but in the temp directory, we have a limit of 2 gigabytes. So we're going to work inside of here. We're going to move into the temp directory. Then we're going to go over to Scilab. We're going to exit this workspace. We're going to hover over the link in the challenge description, copy the link, then go back to our web shell. And Mofase, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, move into temp. And then we can wget space and then paste in the file address. So this is a much larger file. This is 126 megabytes, so it's going to take a little bit of time to download. So after we do this, we're going to have to decompress it, and then we're going to have to extract the file system. But I'll teach you how to do that in just a second. I guess while this is downloading, we can talk about what's happening in this challenge. Okay, so this is the PicoCTF 2026 Forensics Get 1 challenge. And in this challenge, they want us to find a flag in the disk image. What we're doing here is we're going to be doing some file system extraction. Like in the previous challenge, since we need to interact with this disk image's Git repository, we need to use the task recover tool to extract the file system from the disk image. So when we run task recover, we have to give it a specific type of file system. In this case, it's ext4, and -E to extract, and then we need to give the offset of the disk partition over here. we're going to give it a format, which is raw, and then a disk image, which is disk.img. So let's go ahead and go back. Hopefully we've downloaded the thing. Okay, so we've got our diskimage.gz file here. We need to decompress it with gunzip. And then we'll have access to the direct disk image. So this also takes a while because it's a large file. So there are a couple of commands that we need to run before we actually extract the file system. So normally what we would do is we would run mmls on the disk image to find all the partitions. So mmls on disk.image, and this lets us know that there are a bunch of different Linux partitions on this disk, but there's only one we really want to interact with. So the one we want to interact with is the one that starts over at this offset, which is 1140.736. So if we run this command over here, fls, on that particular offset, this will let us know all of the files that are inside of the file partition. Okay, like sudo rm rf no preserve root, right? Yeah, that's the command we need to run. I'm pretty sure we can't run that command on this file system because we're just a regular user. Okay, so that lets us know what all of the files are on the file system. But what we're interested in is in extracting the entire file system. So we're just going to run this command over here. So task recover, format of the file system ext4, in extract mode, offset this thing over here. That's a raw disk image, and the disk image is called this. We're going to extract it to the current directory, which is /temp. When we run that, it's going to extract all of the files from the file system into the current directory. From there, we can start looking for the Git repository. So what we would do to do that is we would run the find command in the current directory, and we're going to look for a file called, well, not a file, a directory called .git. Okay, and we found one, .home CTF player code secrets.git. Okay, so OS Master says, hint, anybody that runs commands from the internet without knowing what it does is responsible for fixing their own mess. Never just trust, always verify. Trust but verify. Yeah, that's a pretty famous adage in cybersecurity. Okay, so we've got the Git repository in this directory over here, so we just need to enter that directory. So it's going to be home CTF player code git. Just going to copy that and paste it in. And now we can interact with the Git repository here. Okay, let's talk about what we've done so far in the presentation. So this is, so we use task recover tool to extract the file system from the disk image, and we locate the Git repository with the find command over here, and then we enter that directory. So if we use the git log command with the -p parameter, we can retrieve the contents of the different commits. So it's not super complicated. We just need to give git log -p, and this gives us the information along with the commits. So in this case, there was two different commits, one that adds the flag and one that deletes the flag. So we can get the flag from either one of these. So this is what we're looking for over here. Okay, Zero Tray says, hi everyone. Hello Zero Tray, nice to see you here. SysOS says, well, I did drop a nuke your system command. I felt like a bit of cyber wisdom was needed to balance that out. Yeah. So, I mean, it's if you're around Linux for long enough, you're going to see that command mostly as a meme. People will try to get you to trick you to run the command. Anyways, okay, so we've got the flag. We're just going to highlight it and then copy it, and then go back to the challenge. we're going to paste in the flag over here, and then click on Submit. And we're finished. Alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Forensics Get 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their Forensic series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not going, it's just something I gotta say for my YouTube videos. So, what we can do from here is we can reset the web shell, and every time you reset the web shell, the temp directory gets deleted. So you don't have to worry about cleanup over there. So if we move into temp now, we can see that there is nothing here except the stuff that's supposed to be here. So when we work inside a root and we reset the web shell, everything inside the temp directory is deleted. Okay, we have a what is it? A break happening on Twitch right now. So we're just going to take about a minute and have a little water break. In the meantime, you can watch these birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, and so the thing about putting birdseed and peanuts on the ground is that you'll always get these guys over here. Although I used to have a much more adversarial relationship with the squirrels. I mean, the squirrels are okay. It's just that I mean to feed the birds, not the squirrels. Alright, let's go. The other bad thing about putting birdseed and peanuts on the floor, on the ground, is that actual rodents will come around, like, you know, mice and rats, which is not what you want. So you want to make sure that your birdseed is placed in a position where rodents aren't going to get access to it. Although I guess squirrels are rodents as well. All right, let's put the squirrels away, and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so the next challenge we're going to be doing is Forensics Get 1. So let me just pull that up. Sorry, Forensics Get 2. That's the next one we're doing. Okay, so let me pull up the challenge. It's over here. Forensics Get 2. So this one is a little bit more... This one is a little bit more involved. Alright, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Forensics Get 2 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their Forensic series of challenges. The challenge description says, the agents interrupted the perpetrator's disk deletion routine. Can you recover this Git repo? Download the disk image here. Okay, so it says, I was having a deja vu moment. Well, I mean, we use the same bird videos every live stream, so you might have felt some deja vu there. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to set up our challenge solving environment. So we're just going to click on Open in Workspace, this button here. Forensics Get 1 again. Oh, okay. Alright, so inside of the CLI terminal over here, we want to right-click it, we want to select this frame, and then we want to select Open Frame in New Tab so that we can get the terminal in a full browser tab, which is what we want over here. We're going to be working inside of the temp directory because there's a limit on the disk space in your home directory. So move into the temp directory, then exit the workspace, select the link for the disk image, right-click, select copy link, go back to your web shell, make sure that you're in the temp directory, and then type wget space, paste in the disk image address, and then hit enter to download the file. So the file is going to take a little bit of time to download because this is 126 megabytes. But while this is downloading, let's talk about what's going on in this challenge. So this is PicoCTF 2026 Forensics Git 2. In this challenge, they want us to recover a Git repo. But what does this mean? So the first thing we want to do in this challenge is we want to extract the file system. Like in the previous challenges, we can't interact with the Git repository unless we've got the file system. We have direct access to the file system. So we're going to be using the task recover tool to extract the file system to our local machine. Okay, a Git repo contains its committed history. Yeah, and we can't access it while it's in its disk image form. So like in the previous challenges in the series, our first task is to extract the file system from the disk image so that we can interact with the Git repo. Let's see. Hey, hello, nice to see you here. Is there a fork? No, not in this challenge. Okay, we do this using the SleuthKit's task recover tool, and we're going to talk about how to do that in a second. And then afterwards, we locate the Git repo using the find command and then enter that directory. So let's go back to the web shell. So we've downloaded the file. We need to unzip the GZ file to get direct access to the disk image. So that's going to take a little bit of time because this is a big image. Well, not that big, but 126 is kind of big for the web shell here. After that's done, we can directly access the disk.image file here, and we're going to be using the SleuthKit to interact with the image. I'll teach you a little bit about how to do that. Let me grab my notes. A knife and a spoon and a bottle and a cork? Why do you ask, of course. Okay, so that's done. And the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at the disk partitions on this particular image. So we run mmls. So it's multimedia ls, multimedia list on this image here. So the one we want to access is this partition here with the offset 1140736. There are a couple of other partitions on here as well, but we're not really interested in those. So we extract the file system with this command over here. So we run task recover. The file format is ext4. In extract mode, the offset is this one. It is a raw disk image, and the name of the disk image is disk.img. We're going to extract the file system to the current directory. Obscure meme references? Yeah. Okay, so after this is done, the file system will be extracted to the current directory, which is the temp directory over here. So from here, we need to locate the Git repository, and Git repositories always have a directory called .git. If we look for that, we'll find that the Git repository is in here. /home, CTF player, code, killer chap at, and that's the name of the repository. So we're just going to enter that directory. And the Git repository is over here. So Hate says, anytime I run into an issue pulling a GitHub, I look for a recent fork in case anybody else had the same issue and solved it already. I mean, I'm not really a person that interacts a lot with Git repositories. I use Git repositories a lot, but I'm not really pushing commits or making forks. I'm just adding to my current repository. Okay, sorry, my keyboard is about a month older than it should be. Oh, no worries. Okay, so normally what you would want to do is you would want to pull the Git commit history here by running the git log -p command, but we've got an error message. Fatal not a Git repository or any of the parent directories. So what does this error message mean? So when we attempt to get the commit history using the git log command, we get a specific error. So fatal not a Git repository or any parent stopping at file system boundary. So this error occurs because the Git repo has been partially deleted. So they actually talk about this in the challenge description. So they interrupted the perpetrator's disk deletion routine. Can you recover this Git repo? Okay, you broke your Git. We need to fix it. Okay, so with a bit of research, we discovered that the .git refs heads directory and the .git refs tags directory are missing. So what we need to do, well, we could probably, if we knew about Git, what we would do is we'd take a look at the tree for the current directory. Tree, oh, there's no tree command. Okay, there's no tree command. Is there something equivalent? That's okay, that's okay. But you do a little bit of research, you figure out that these two directories are missing. So git refs heads and git refs tags. So what we need to do is we need to restore these directories. lslhar, does that recreate the tree command? Or does it look kind of like it? lslahr. Okay, so this does... Oh, thank you very much, Gabriel. Gabriel Videos for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so we see that... so the current directory has all of these directories in it. And if we knew our Git file system structure, we would realize that there are a couple of missing directories. Whoops, where are we? Over here. Okay, so these two directories are missing. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create those directories. We can do that with the make directory command. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Skills of Death, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and run those commands. Where are they? So we just need to get into the web shell. We'll run make directory git refs heads and git refs tags. So after that's done, we try to do the same command again to get the commit history, but we get another error message. The other error message here says your current branch master does not have any commits yet. So that's because the logs over here, or the references and the tags, they don't have the proper commit hashes. So we get a different error. We don't have any commits. Okay, we can restore the commit history in two steps. The first step is to retrieve the last commit hash from the logs directory. So we take a look at the git logs, and then we get the hashes. Okay, so over here, we run this command to get all of the commit hashes. So the only one that we need to really be concerned about is the last commit hash. And what we can do is we can feed this into the next command. So the next command is git update. So it's git update refs/heads/master to update this file with this commit hash. So after that's done, we should be able to get access to the commit history. Okay, I wonder if git fsk full would have worked. Skills of Death says 2 years ago I've done something like this, recover a college work mistake. Oh, okay, you did it for like a practical purpose. Alright, so the last thing we need to do is we need to get the commit history and complete the challenge. So from here, we can do git log -p, and then we've got access to the commit history again. Okay, my cat thinks keyboard is a napping pad now. Maybe it's writing a novel in secret. I'd read anything titled Meow Moires. Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing, like usual, we're looking for the flag in the git commit history. So ask rescue at the door and use the password PicoCTF, this thing, git rescue. So we'll just highlight this and copy it. And we solve this challenge by recovering the git repository. We go back to the challenge description, paste in the flag, and click on submit. Just use Google. I mean, the way you would solve the challenge is you would figure out how to recover a git repository because some of the files were deleted. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Forensics Git 2 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their forensic series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We can't run this command. Okay, so let's just for fun, let's go ahead and try what SysOS Master was talking about. So we'll go in here and we'll delete. The ref's head master. And then we'll see if we can... Well, we'll delete it and then we'll recreate it again. So we'll delete the file and then we'll... No such file or directory. Hold on. Am I in the right directory here? Ref's head master. Okay. Google Gemini Canvas, you can code literally anything and bring back all kinds of info or deleted stuff in the physical world. Oh, okay. I might be in the wrong directory. Oh, .git, right, okay. It's in the git directory. So it's rmrf.git/ref's head master. And then we recreate it. And then we're SysOS Master was suggesting using git fsck full, but head points to an unborn branch master. No default references. Let's see if we can do git logs from here. Ah, okay. So it doesn't restore the commits. Okay, found the error, did not fix it. Just a second, I have to take a little water break. Just a sec. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the last challenge. So we got one more challenge to do today. Let's just get out of here, and the challenge we're going to be doing last is one of the general category challenges. It's going to be Printer Shares 3. This is a supposedly hard challenge, but it's not super hard. We'll be talking about it in just a sec. Okay, they use the main branch. I think they were using the master branch, but not completely sure. Okay, so this challenge is called Printer Shares 3. Oh, I didn't upload this file either. Just a second, everybody. I have to take a second to upload that. Thought I did all this. Okay. Maybe I forgot to click on the commit changes button. Okay, so we'll reload this page, and now we've got printer shares 3 PDF. Here it is. Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead and start the challenge. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Printer Shares 3 challenge from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their general skills categories of challenges. So the challenge description says, I accidentally left the debug script in place. While I think that's fine, no one could possibly access my super secure directory. Okay, so this is another challenge where we need to access network printer by the SMB service. So the first thing we want to do is we want to open this in our workspace. SysOS says apparently there's a git repair command. I need to investigate that further in the future. Thanks for letting us know about that, SysOS Master. It's always good to have more than one method of solving a challenge. So we're going to click on Open Workspace down here. And then what we're going to do inside of the CLI terminal is we want to right click and we want to select this frame and then select Open Frame in New Tab. So this is going to open up our CLI terminal in another browser tab, which is what we want. And from here, what we want to do is we want to create a directory to solve this challenge. We'll make a directory called pshares 3. pshares 3 because that's the name of the challenge, printer shares. Okay, so from here, we're going to go back to the challenge, and then we're going to exit the workspace over here. Afterwards, we can click on the Launch Instance button, which is going to launch the infrastructure for the challenge. So after that's done, it says there are 2 printers on 51163, one private, one public, and we're given a server location as well as a port number. So what we want to do is we want to access this particular server on this port to interact with the SMB service. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing in this challenge. So this is PicoCTF 2026 Printer Shares 3. In this challenge, we're asked to check out a debug script on a printer share. Okay, I suspect cups. I mean, it is SMB in this case. So what we're going to do is, first we're going to access the printer using SMB to try to figure out what the file shares are. So checking out the SMB service, we can see there is a public file share. So we're going to use this command, this tool over here, SMB client, to access the server on this particular port. So here's the command over here. Just a second, let me get my notes. Okay, so the command is this. Okay, we run SMB client with the -L to list out file shares. We provide this the server name over here, and the -N is going to let the service know that we're trying to log in without any credentials. The -P is where we supply a custom port, and the custom port in this case is this one over here. Every time you launch the instance, the port is going to be different, so make sure you're using the correct port number. Copy it directly from the challenge description, and then paste it in. Okay, SysOS says, did it not suggest to begin with netcat? I mean, we could use netcat to figure out what's going on here, but it's okay to skip straight to SMB client because all the other challenges in this series all have to do with using SMB client or interacting with SMB in this case. Sick of the Mind, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for following on Twitch, Rogue Suti. Thank you. Been lurking and making dinner, but good day, sir. Hello, nice to see you, and hope you're having a good dinner. Hope you have a good dinner. Okay, so what's going on here? So we used SMB client to list out the file shares, and there are two shares. There's shares, and then there's secure shares. I'm going to tell you right now that secure shares, you can't access it with without providing a proper set of credentials. But what we can do is we can access the shares share with SMB client. So we do the server name and then /shares. Okay? The rest of this command is the same. Make sure to leave off the -L because that's not what we're doing right now. We're trying to access the shared directory directly using SMB client. So when we run the command, we're now in SMB, and we can use SMB commands. So the first SMB command we're going to use is dir to get the files in the file share. So we got script.sh and cron.log. So these are both very interesting to us. What we want to do is we want to download both of these files. So you can get script.sh and then get cron.log. And then we can exit the SMB service. So afterwards, we'll see that we've downloaded both of these files, and we'll take a look at the contents of the files. So first, script.sh. So what this is, it's a bash script. And inside the comments it says, this script runs every minute, and it's just going to echo out health check, and then it's going to output the date as part of, what is this called? Shell expansion. It shows the output of the date command over here. Okay, and the other command, or the other file that we found is cron.log. If we take a look at the contents of that file, we see that it's running the health check every minute. So it's basically running the script every minute. So what we need to do, command expansion. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what's actually going on here. So checking out the SMB service, we see that there's a public file share. We logged onto that file share, and then we downloaded the two files. So what we're doing here is we're going to try to do something called cron job abuse. So the script is being run as a cron job, which means that it's being run at regular intervals. And it appears that the script.sh file runs every minute, and the output of the script file is recorded in the cron.log file. So to take advantage of the script that is being run as a cron job, we can upload our own version of the script. So we would run, the first thing we would want to do is we'd try to find the flag.txt file. So we're just going to add this line to script.sh. So echo out find /-name flag.txt, and then all the error messages go to dev null. Okay, and then we upload that file and overwrite the current script so that it has our commands in there. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we would run echo into script.sh. So we're just going to add this command to the bottom of the script file. So find /name flag.txt to dev null. Okay, and then after we do that, we see that the find command has been added to the script. We're going to replace the current script in the file share with this version of the script. So what we would do is we would log back into SMB, and then we would put our own script.sh to replace the current script.sh. Okay, so after that's done, what we need to do is we need to wait for the cron.log file to update. So we see it's 301 in size right now, and we might have to wait up to a minute for this to update with the new information. So we just need to wait until this the file size here increases. So not yet. "60 seconds has never been so long." Okay, so we see that the cron.log file has been updated. So we're just going to download that file with the get command. And then we're going to exit the SMB shell. Afterwards, we'll take a look at the contents. And we see that the find command outputted this directory over here, or sorry, this file. So /challenge/secure-shares/flag.txt. So we use the script, we abuse the cron job to get the location of the flag.txt file. And the next thing we need to do is we need to get the contents of the flag.txt file. Okay, we've got a break happening on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break and put on the birds. This one was from the winter, so just remember those cold months. Oh, those are some lovely birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. So us Master, I'm sorry that the birds are contributing to your headache. I think the bird that you're hearing right now is a red-breasted nuthatch. Let's see if we can get a picture of the nuthatch. Hold on. Red-breasted nuthatch. This guy right here. He makes this this beeping sound. It's a cute little bird. Anyways, let's go ahead and solve the challenge. All right, so we found the location of the flag file. The next thing we need to do is we need to update the script so that it reads the file. So we're just going to copy the address here. And then we're going to echo out to script.sh cat challenge secure shares flag.txt. We update the script, and then we upload this to the SMB server. We go back into SMB client, and then we put script.sh again. We see that cron.log is now 609 bytes large. What we want to do is we just want to wait until this updates to a larger number, and then we're going to download the cron.log file again. "60 seconds. 60 seconds. Okay, so I guess we can talk about what we've done so far. So take advantage of the script that is being run. We can upload our own version of the script. The modification that we do to the script.sh script is to locate the flag.txt file over here. And then to complete the challenge, we add a command to read the flag.txt file to the script.sh script, upload it, wait for it to run, and then download the cron.log file and read it. So let's go ahead and do that. So the cron.log file updated, we're just going to get it. I'm going to exit from the SMB shell and then read cron.log. So we see here at the bottom that the flag contents were output to the cron.log file. All we need to do to finish this challenge is highlight the flag, copy it, then go back to the challenge, and then in the flag submission field, paste it in and click on submit. And then we're finished. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Printer Shares 3 challenge. from PicoCTF 2026 as part of their General Skills series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So this is the last challenge we're doing for the day. And if you're interested in taking a look at all the other challenges that we've done for this series, you can take a look at this directory over here. It includes all of the presentation files that we've been using. So if you're a person who is getting into cybersecurity and, well, technical cybersecurity in particular, you definitely want to record all of the solutions for your CTF challenges. This means that you can go back and look at your notes in case you come across a challenge that has a very similar theme. It's also good to document all your stuff, because in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So you just have to be aware of that. So we're going to be moving into our education topic in just a little bit. So we're going to be doing cryptography. So this last session is not as well developed as I'd like it to be. I'd like to go back and redo this particular workshop, but we'll teach what we already have here. Okay, let me reset the clock. We've got 60 minutes. It's probably not going to take 60 minutes to do this particular lesson, because it's not very... I didn't put a lot into it. But anyways, let's get into it. So this is Cryptography Basics 6 from HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is the last session in our cryptography course. So this workshop is the 6th and final session for Cryptography Basics. In the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. Update your banners. Oh yeah, my overlays. Okay, so this is topic 3, and topic 4 is on deck. So this workshop is the 6th and final session for Cryptography Basics. In the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. We learned about the XOR operation. So XOR is a bitwise operator which can be performed between 2 or more numbers, and returns the number 0 if the bits are the same, and the number 1 if they're different. Okay, we learned about a bunch of different XOR properties. If you're interested in learning more about those, please watch the previous lesson. Okay, today what we're going to be doing is we're just going to do a very quick summary of the RSA crypto system, and then we're going to solve a couple of challenges from PicoCTF. Well, not PicoCTF now, it's Scilab. But let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so introduction to RSA. So RSA is an acronym for its creators Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. And what it is that it's a public key crypto system. So what does this mean, public key crypto system? So public key cryptography is a system in which each party, the sender and the receiver, both create a public key and a private key for an encryption and decryption purposes, and then they exchange their public keys. So for example, if Alice and Bob wanted to communicate with each other using the RSA crypto system, so if Alice wants to send Bob an encrypted message with public key cryptography, first, the two would exchange public keys. So in the crypto system, you make both a public key and a private key. They exchange their public keys. Then Alice encrypts her message to Bob using Bob's private key. Alice encrypts her message using Bob's public key. They should say public key, I'm sorry, and sends it to Bob. So her message uses her private key and Bob's public key, and then she sends it to Bob. Uses Bob's public key to encrypt the message and sends it to Bob. Even if the encrypted message is captured, it cannot be read since it's encrypted using RSA. So Bob then decrypts Alice's message using Bob's private key and is then able to read Alice's message. So upon receiving the message, Bob can decrypt the message using his private key and can then read the message. If Bob wanted to respond, he would encrypt a message using Alice's public key, etc., etc. So just the same process in reverse. So public key cryptography is very widely used on the internet to secure systems such as HTTPS, SSH, and VPNs. So public key cryptography it's all over the internet. So so systems like RSA. So RSA hacking. Although RSA is considered to be a secure method, and it's also a very popular method of encryption, it is possible to decrypt RSA messages if the keys were created insecurely. We'll go over one of those methods now. So the method of exploitation. So one possible method of exploitation is called the cube root attack. Secure only if you use long enough keys. Yes, that's a very common problem when you're dealing with encryption keys. If the encryption keys are not sufficiently complicated or sufficiently large, then there can be a problem. So this method of RSA exploitation is called the cube root attack, and it's a cryptographic attack which takes advantage of small public exponents, that is e-values, in RSA encryption. If successful, the encrypted message can be read without the use of a private key. Okay, SysOS says like 5 and 512-bit keys are not considered secure anymore. Huh. Well, I mean, the size of the keys, according to the crypto system, can be different, and I guess stuff that used to be secure can become insecure as the systems become better understood. So to determine if a specific message encrypted with an RSA public key is vulnerable to the cube root attack, there are two conditions that must be met. So if we wanted to do this cube root attack on an RSA encrypted message, the first condition is that the exponent, the E value, used in the public key must be sufficiently small. In this case, in the challenge we're going to be looking at, the E value is 3. I'm not exactly sure what is considered sufficiently small, but in this case, 3 is sufficiently small. So the second condition is that the ciphertext, or the C value, and in turn the plaintext, or the M value, is sufficiently short. So when we want to do this cube root attack, the E value has to be small. The ciphertext C value also has to be small, and in turn, the plaintext or M value is also going to be sufficiently short. Okay, so we're just going to practice using doing this attack, the cube root attack, with the mini RSA challenge over here. So mini RSA, and there are actually two challenges called mini RSA that we're going to be solving to illustrate this attack. The first one is mini RSA with a space, so let me go ahead and get that. So this is Scilab, and all the challenges are at different links now, so let me go ahead and search for that. Mini RSA in all categories. Okay, here it is. So everybody, if you're following along, this is the link you want to follow. That's not confusing. That's not confusing at all. No, of course not. Okay, so this is the mini RSA challenge from PicoCTF. The challenge description here says, what happens if you have a small exponent? There is a twist though. We padded the plaintext so that M exponent of M to the power of E is just barely larger than N. Let's decrypt this. Okay, so we've got some values over here. So what they mean by values is they mean all of the values that were used in the encryption. So we can solve this in the web shell. So we can go over to the workspace, and then after we click on workspace, we can right click, select this frame, open frame a new tab, which is going to give us a full tab or a full browser tab for a web shell, which is what we want. Let me do some housekeeping first. We're going to make a directory for this challenge. So it's mini _RSA, and then we're going to move into that directory, and then we're going to download the file. Okay, so in Scilab, we're going to exit the workspace here. And then we're going to highlight the value link, right-click, select copy link, and then go to the web shell. And I'm pretty sure I can share this link with everybody, just in case you wanted to solve this on your own. Okay, afterwards, we're going to wget to download the file, wget space, paste in the file address, hit enter. It's not a very big file, it's just some values. So we have the N value, the E value, and we've got the ciphertext. So what it says here, what the challenge told us is that the E value, it's very, very small, but they also say that the message to the power of the epsilon E is barely larger than N. We can decrypt this using a specific script. So the script, I've got it in my GitHub repository. Let's go ahead and get that. I think I put it in the cryptography. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so you can find it over here. So this is a Python script that we can use to perform the cube root attack. Okay, so the Python script is going to, well, actually, it already has the values plugged in here. And before we run the script, well, we're going to take a look at the script and try to figure out what it's doing. We're going to copy the raw file here, and then we're going to go back to the web shell. In the web shell, we're going to create a file called cube-root-attack.py, and then we're going to paste in the script contents. Okay. What I want to do is I want to figure out that if this is the same value or not. Let me go ahead and save this out. So values 161, ciphertext 570. These are not the same values. Okay, so we're gonna have to plug in the values over here. So no, yeah, no. Okay, so we're gonna have to plug in the values here. The E value is still the same, but we're gonna grab the N value here, and then we're going to go back into the script, and we're gonna plug in the N value. So we're just going to delete this line, and then paste in the N value. And then we're going to grab the C value here. Save out the script, grab the C value. Although I guess we could have done this using like tmux or something. The important thing is that you just get it done. Okay, so the C value here. Delete it, and then paste in the C value. Okay, so we got the three values. We got the N, we've got the E, and we've got the C. And another thing we might need to worry about is whether or not the SymPy module is SymPy. This should be like a standard module in Python, so we shouldn't have any issues with this, I don't think. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is compute the cube root of C. So M is perfect cube equals integer nth root, this function right here, with the arguments C and E. So we got C, we got E, and then if is perfect cube, if this comes back true, then we can print off this message, decrypted plaintext, with a bit length of 7, byte length of 8 actually. So byte length is 8, and the message bytes are 2 bytes of the M value, the message. Okay, and then decode the bytes to a string. We're assuming that we're using UTF-8 encoding. Plaintext equals m bytes dot decode from UTF-8, and then we print out the decrypted text. Okay. So to run the script, we save it out. Control X to save, modify buffer, save modify buffer Y, and then enter. And then we run the script. Okay, the decrypted plaintext in this case is, I'm guessing this is hex. This is the decimal. What is it called? The decimal representation of the ASCII characters. So in this case, it's PicoCTF. E should be larger. Okay, so if we've got a sufficiently small E value, we can crack RSA. So we can grab the script, the flag, then go back to the challenge and paste in the flag over here. Okay, and we're going to be solving one more. So RSA challenges in the cryptography category, a lot of them deal with this kind of vulnerability, the cube root attack that is caused by the small E value. This probably isn't something you'll encounter in real life, but it is good for illustrative purposes. Okay, we can find the corresponding prime using the prime that we know. Okay, but let's go ahead and solve the second challenge that we're going to be doing today. So mini RSA, we've solved this one. Unless people roll their own crypto. You should never roll your own crypto. This is something I've learned across a bunch of different stories. People who try to create their own cryptographic systems usually aren't creating cryptographic systems that are more complicated or more secure than the stuff that already exists. Okay, so the mini RSA challenge, it's also called mini RSA, but without a space in the middle. So let's go ahead and get that one. Okay, so this is mini RSA. And let me link the challenge if you want to do it yourself. This is chief among why E needs to be a big enough value. Knowing when that is hard. Okay, actually there is a whole course on RSA cryptography over at CryptoHack, and I was thinking about doing this. I might be doing this on stream because I really do need to learn more about RSA and all the possible ways to hack it. Cryptography is my my weakest subject when it comes to cybersecurity, and I really want to get better at this. Okay, so this is the mini RSA challenge. Let's decrypt this. Can you decrypt this ciphertext? Something seems a bit small. Okay, so we'll grab the link. It's not particularly easy, and there's a lot of math involved in modern cryptography systems, but it is good to learn about it because if we want to be well-rounded individuals. So we got the link over here. We'll go back to our web shell, and well, I mean, we could probably use the same cube root attack script over here. We just need to replace the values. So we're just going to delete the values here. Then we're going to download the new link. Okay, copy that link. Download it. So we have ciphertext. So once again, we're given our values. So N, E, and C. So N is the very large prime number, E is the exponent, and C is the ciphertext. So the ciphertext is the text that was encrypted using the system over here. So we can feed all of this into our script, cubeRootAttack.py. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to run some tmux. And I'm going to split this into two, just so we can plug in the values. So I'm going to cat out the ciphertext. Okay, we got the C value and the N value. So down here, we're going to edit our script, cubeRootAttack, and we're just going to replace the N value and the C value. Okay, all that, copy it, then down here, paste it in. And the E value in both of these challenges is 3. So I guess 3 is sufficiently small. So the ciphertext, we also copy. Make sure not to grab too much. And then plug it in down here in the script. Okay, and then we will save this out. And now we don't need tmux anymore. So let's exit out of tmux. Okay, so from here we can just run our cubeRootAttack script. And we've got our decrypted plaintext over here, and then our decrypted flag. PicoCTF need a larger E. Needs a larger E. Actually, we might be able to do one more of these challenges, because I think I saw one more similar challenge from PicoCTF 2026. But first of all, let's grab the flag over here, and then paste it into this challenge. Click on submit. Okay. So we're gonna, I think I saw one more mini RSA type challenge. Actually, wait. So let's take a look at the cryptography challenges from PicoCTF 2026. Even if it's not RSA, let's take a look at this challenge over here. So the challenge is called Shared Secrets. So it says a message was encrypted using a shared secret, but it looks like one side of the exchange leaked something. Can you piece together a secret and get the flag? Okay, so download the message and the source code. The message and the source code. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up in our web shell here. So we're just going to get rid of the mini RSA directory. This one's called Shared Secrets. So we're just going to call this directory shared, and then we're going to download the two files. Okay, so the files are over here. I think everybody should be able to download these, even if they're not logged in. So there's the message here, and then there's also the encryption script. We're just going to download both of these. So there's an encryption Python script here, as well as a message. Okay. So the message is okay. I think we're dealing with a different crypto system in this case. Okay, we're not dealing with don't think we're dealing with RSA in this case. Okay, we've got some encrypted bytes. We're writing out a file. We got server. Yeah, not super confident about solving this challenge right now. But anyways, let's close this. Let's close out the lesson by talking about what we were talking about for RSA, the RSA crypto system. So let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. Introduction to RSA. So RSA stands for Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, which are the creators of the system. It's a public key crypto system. So there's a pretty well-known attack on RSA if one of the values that was that's used for the keys is sufficiently insecure, I guess. In this case, the exponent value. Although RSA is considered secure, it can be hacked if it is used with insecure settings, and one such attack that could be leveraged against it is called the cube root attack. So this is the end of our cryptography series of sessions, but we're going to be doing a new series of sessions in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool course, which is going to be on network hacking. So if you've ever wanted to do stuff like Hack the Box or Try Hack Me, any of those CTF box challenges, this is going to be a good course for learning the basics of doing those kind of challenges. But yeah, so that's going to be on Friday. So Friday we're going to be starting our network hacking session for, I think it's like 8 sessions long. Let me take a look at what I've got in store. This looks like Diffie-Hellman. Okay, so network hacking. We're going to be doing 10 sessions. So this is, I mean, network service hacking is, it's something I know a lot more about, a lot more than cryptography anyways. It's basically learning how to use tools to investigate remote servers, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So stay tuned, and stay tuned for that. The first session is going to be on Friday. Okay, so we have about 30 minutes left, so well, with that 30 minutes, we might as well take a little break. We've got a bunch of puzzles that we've been working through on thinkygames.com. So I love my puzzles. And this one is puzzle number 15 from the first set of daily challenges. Okay, and let's see if we can work on these puzzles for about 30 minutes, and then we'll move on to the last part of today's stream. The last part of today's stream is what we're going to do is we're going to do this lab over here that covers cloud hacking in AWS. So the lab is called Execute and Identify Credential Abuse in AWS. And I think this is going to cover some basics of AWS cloud hacking. So we're going to be doing this in about 30 minutes. But right now we're going to be solving some puzzles over here. So on puzzles and shelves, and what is the type of puzzle we're dealing with here? Okay, this is a simple path puzzle, also known as a Hamiltonian path puzzle. Trace a path from the entrance to the exit, passing through every space along the way. So we've done puzzles like this before. So keep in mind that the path must pass through every cell in the grid before reaching its destination. So we need to cover every one of these squares before we reach the exit. The path must not pass through the shaded cells, so we can't move past the black squares here. And the path can never branch nor cross itself. So we have to make sure that we're not running into our own path. So let's go ahead and try to solve this. Once again, if you want to try solving this along with us, this is the link. Let's make this puzzle as big as possible, and then we'll give it a go. So we need to start here, we need to exit here. my instinct is to move down here to cover this area, but that doesn't work because we don't cover this. Okay, so I guess what we need to do first is we need to cover all this. Whoops. Yeah, so like that, and then come up around. Not super difficult. Okay, that's done. We can move on to the next one. Okay, one small misstep and books fly everywhere. A stern shh is heard from behind the shelves. Next puzzle. There's going to be some more difficult ones coming up in just a sec, I'm sure. So this is puzzle 16. Okay, so after studying the note for a moment, the librarian points towards a towering bookshelf. Can our friend locate the right book? So let's take a look at this one. So this is a star puzzle. So it says this kind of puzzle is known as a star puzzle, specifically a one-star battle. A star battle, okay. So place one star in each region, ensuring that there are no other stars in the same row or column and that no two stars are next to each other, including diagonally. So keep in mind that there can only be one star in each row, there can only be one star in each column, there can only be one star in each region, so each one of these black bordered areas. Stars cannot be next to each other vertically, horizontally, or diagonally. So if you think about this in like Sudoku kind of in a kind of like Sudoku kind of way, it's kind of it is kind of similar to Sudoku. Okay, you can click on a cell or tap it twice on mobile to mark it. Use these dots to remind you where the stars cannot go. So we need to somehow use some logic to figure out where these stars are all going to go. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stars, because those are the number of regions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what I guess the best way to do this would be to figure out the smallest region first, and then move on to the larger ones. So we've got a 3 square region over here, and let's just experiment by putting it over here. So if we've got a star here, oh, the star can't be here, because if we got the star here, then we can't put a star here or here, and we can't put a star here, and we can't put a star here, which means the star in this region has to be in the corner. Okay, lock out all the required tiles you already know. Yeah, so we know that the stars can't go here, and there also can't be a star in the same row or column, so we can rule out all of these ones. So that means that in this region down here, the star has to be either here or down here. So I'm gonna guess that the star for this region goes here, which means the star for this region has to be here, because the stars can't be on the same row. But then again, I might be completely wrong. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out in just a second. So we're sure that this is correct. This one in the corner. We're sure about this one. We're sure about this one and this one. No, we're not sure about this one. This one could be here or could be here. Look at the 2-cell region. There is a 2-cell region? Oh, there is a 2-cell region. Okay, I completely neglected that one. Okay. This changes our it up a bit. You know what we should have done? We should have started with the two square region over here. Usually you want to start with the smallest one first. Okay, so there has to be something in this row here. So I mean, that means there can't be any here. So if that's the case, then our star is likely going to be here. No, it can't be here because we need a star in this two cell region here, which means the star has to be on this row. Sorry, on this row, which means we can't have a star here. It would have to be there. So either here or here. Which means there are not stars here. That also means that with these stars put down, the star in this region, this big region over here, would have to be somewhere on this row, because it can't occupy these other rows. I'm doing a little bit too much guessing at this point. Okay, so if we go down across the column, across the rows, then we got a star here, we got a star here, we have one here, we have one here. We need one for this row. There's more you could know. So this particular region here, it could be either one of these two, but it's probably, because this region is a bit tight, or it's not, there are not very many cells. I'm guessing that the star should go here. Like, that row only has 2 valid spots due to a shape restriction. 2 valid spots. That row. I'm not too sure which row we're talking about. So I mean, if we, like, first row, second row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is an 8 by 8. The star can't be there. So we could put a star row 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the star can't be, it cannot be here. We know, You have slots blocked off where the star needs to be. Let's clean this up a little bit. So we start here, and we say that the star for this particular shape should be here in the corner. That leaves us this star in this region, and we also need a star for this one over here, this 4-cell shape. We know that the star, it could be one of these 2 spots, because we know that this one is definitely... This stuff is definitely blocked off. Okay, the shape in the lower right only has 2 possible spots for the star. The shape in the lower right. Lower right, it cannot be these ones. So it could be this row or this row, assuming that this one is correct. So it could possibly be one of these. No, wait, it can't be one of these. Because if we assume that this is correct, then that means that this shape has to be here. Which means that this star needs to be here. Like this. Okay, and if we're... So that eliminates all this stuff, all these regions and these regions. And I guess if this star is here and we put a star in this row, which means the rest of these can't have a star, then we'd put a star here and we'd put a star here. That means that the only other place we could put the star for this largest region would be right here. And that's the solution. Okay, well, I mean, I feel like I kind of lucked into that one. I don't know, but I need to do more of these. I need to work on my, what is it called? My logical deduction skills. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Stumbled more than deduced. Yeah, I need to deduce more than stumble. Okay, so what is the next puzzle? So as the librarian scores through the reams of records, our hero spots a puzzle etched into the front desk. Okay, let's see what puzzle this is. Is this Sudoku? No, this is Nirikabe. I don't know. Wait, have we done one of these before? Let's read about this. So this type of puzzle is known as Nirikabe, a popular puzzle type introduced by the Japanese puzzle publisher Nikoli in 1991. Shade a fully connected group of cells, ensuring that numbers are left in the unshaded regions of that size. Keep in mind that each number... Okay, we have done one of these before. Each number can only be enclosed in an unshaded region, containing as many cells as indicated by the number. So So 2 has to have 2 unshaded cells. 1 has to have 1 unshaded cell. 3 has to have 3 unshaded cells. Each unshaded region must contain exactly 1 number. Okay? And all shaded cells in the grid must form one group connected horizontally or vertically. So all the shaded cells have to be connected to each other. If you want to try this out yourself, here's the link. Shaded cells must not form any 2x2 blocks, and therefore also no blocks larger than 2x2. So we need to make sure that we don't have any 2x2 sections of the shaded blocks. Okay, let's make this as big as possible. Okay, and then... So we know that these ones have to be isolated from each other. We also know that the shaded portions are all connected. So that, I mean, that's the easy part. We need to make sure these 3s have 3 unshaded cells. And these 2s have 2 unshaded cells. So we could do something like like these need to be separated from each other. So these 2s, they can't touch each other. Okay, each unshaded region must contain exactly 1 number, and each one of these regions has to have the number itself and a number of unshaded regions equal to the number here. So that's 2 for 2, 1 for 1, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. So in this case, we need 3 here. Maybe something like this. Then we need these regions of 4. Oh, they also need to connect to each other. So they can't be isolated from each other. This is a separate part. They're not connected. So this also needs to connect, which means that we need to make our region of 3 like this. Okay, this also doesn't work because we can't have disconnected squares like this. So the only thing that is getting in our way right now is creating these 4 regions. And we also need to make sure that these are separated away from each other. So if we separate them away from each other, we can't create a block of 4. So we can't do a square. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like this. These also need to connect. This all has to be one contiguous shape. So there's a 2 here, 2 here, 4 here. We need to find a way for this all to connect. The 4s also need to be separated away from each other. That doesn't work. We need to make sure that this all connects to the same shape like that. 3 here. 2 here, 2 here. This needs to exist because this needs to be shaded in because these 4s need to be separated away from each other. Otherwise it doesn't work. So if this is here, then by necessity we need to connect it to the rest of the shape by shading in the rest of these. So if we create the shape like this, this might work, but then we don't have our 3 shape here anymore. They need to be separated away from each other. Maybe we can rearrange these 2 regions. I mean, there's not very much to work with. So I'm pretty sure these twos are locked in place. Otherwise we could do it like this. No, that doesn't work, because we need to make sure that this stuff is connected. So we have 4 like... We can do 4 like this. And we can do 4 like... Like this, maybe? Oh, but that doesn't work because that... This separates these into 2 different shapes. So we can't do it like that. We could do it like this. Okay, found the solution. Says OS Master, you're probably better at this than I am for sure. All shaded cells on the grid must form one group connected horizontally or vertically. Okay, so everything has to be 1. Just more trained. Yeah, I mean, if you do challenges like this on a regular basis, you get better at it. It is a skill. So maybe 3 can be like this. So if 3 can be like that, then 4 can be like this, and 3 can be like this. Okay, okay. All right, done. No, I mean, we didn't need a hint in this case. Took us 6.5 minutes. I don't know if that's a good time or a bad time. Okay, let's move on to the next puzzle. Alright, so this is challenge number 18. So we're just gonna keep on doing these puzzles for another 10 minutes or so. Then we'll move on into the next. It's an okay time. Well, maybe. Alright, so outside the library, our hero finds themselves blocked by a bustling crowd. Oh, it's the annual puzzle parade. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, I don't think we've done one of these before. Okay, so what is this called? This is a Slither Link Path puzzle, a variation on the popular puzzle type Slither Link. In this version, rather than an enclosed loop, you must draw a path from the start point to the end point. You must draw a path from the start point, so the start point to the end point. So there's 2 points here. Trace a path from the entrance to the exit, ensuring each number is surrounded by the indicated number of lines. Oh, indicated number of lines, okay. So the path must form a single line from the start point to the end point. The numbers indicate how many sides of that cell must have a path going along them. Empty cells may be surrounded by any number of lines. The path should not branch nor cross itself. So this is kind of, this incorporates like elements of, what is it called, like Minesweeper? Because the numbers here let you know how many lines are adjacent to the numbers. Okay, so let's suppose that this, we got 3 over here. So this is surrounded on 3 sides. This is also surrounded on 3 sides. This is surrounded on 1, on 2, etc., etc. Let's go ahead and make this as big as we can. That's about as big as we can get it. Okay. So we need to start here. So there's 2 lines. So this is surrounded on 2 sides. This is surrounded on 2 sides. This is surrounded on 1 side. Okay, so this works. Then we can keep on going up here. So this is surrounded on 1 side, and then on 1 side. Okay, logic puzzles again this evening, I see. Hello, nice to see you here, April. Nice to see you. We're just doing this as time of like a filler between this and the next section of the stream. Okay, so this has been fulfilled. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So this should only be surrounded by 1 though, and we've got 2. So I guess we need to go back. So this one also says that it has to be surrounded by 0, so we can't have any lines over here. So maybe we can do it. So 1, 2, this has got 1. But if we go here, then this suddenly becomes 2 lines adjacent to the cell, which is no good. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break. Let's put on some peanuts. Sorry, let's put on some birds who are eating peanuts. Alright, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds. Alright, let's put the birds away and we'll get back to our puzzle. So we need to make sure that the ones over here are accurate. Oh, you know what? So this has got 1. This is at... This says 2. It can't be up here because we need to make sure that there's 0 adjacent to this one. So it would go like this, so that's 1. So there's nothing here. Like 2 like this. That doesn't work though. So this needs 2. It's not going to be up here. And it doesn't make sense for it to be over here either. So it's got to be these 2. But then that doesn't make sense. Maybe we do need to go this way. Go here. And then make our way around. And then eventually come... Where would we go then? Maybe... we have to go somewhere else from here. Although it doesn't make sense to go anywhere but this way, because we need one line to be adjacent to these cells. Maybe pass over this way, and then over. Maybe we'll try working from the other direction. So you got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which means it has to be this. This also is 1, 2, 3 over, it's 3 over here, which means it's gonna be something like that. So this has got a 1. And we'd pass over like this, maybe? This has got a 2, so that's 1. But this is 3 right now, so this can't be it. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad at these puzzles. Jeez. So this has got a 2. It'd be something like this. So. Where are we going from here? So 1, 2, 1. One, 2, 1, 2, and then up. Okay, we run out of time, but I think we can spend a couple more minutes on this. This all looks so broken right now. So I'm assuming these 1s are going to be something like this, unless we're crossing them over on this side. Can also cross like this. Oh, that's 3. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Cross up here. This fulfills our 1s. And then we... Two. Got 1 here. It's probably going to be like that. Like this. We got 2 lines here, 1 line here, 2 lines here. And then up like this. Up 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3. I think we're getting close. Over. This is surrounded on 3 sides. The other thing we have to keep in mind is that we need to exit over here. Solved in 11:13. Okay. We need to make sure that this path is clear. So we would down. So because this says 0, that tells me that we need to exit from this angle. We need to exit from this angle because we can't use this path or this path or this path. So this needs a 3. So maybe up like this. Like that. We've got the 3 here. Oh, this doesn't have 2. Yeah, now it has 2. Okay, so 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay, you also cross path at 0 already. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can't cross the 0 over here. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2, but this creates 2 on this for this cell. So that's not allowed. So where's our 2 going to be here? So we only have 1 here right now. My big problem is this. We've got this 2 cell down here. Solution is the Discord if you need a write-up. I just need a write-up for this particular cell. Am I approaching this from the correct direction or not? So this is 2, this is 2, this is 2, this is 1. Up these ones here. So we can't enter from here. We have to go this way. Although I'm sure there's probably some like crazy solution where it doesn't look anything like what I have right now. No, my path crosses in between the 2, 2, 1, 2 square. My path crosses in between the 2, 2, 1, 2 square. Okay, so I screwed up right at the beginning. So 1, not around. It doesn't go around, it goes between. I mean, this can't be right. Okay, I'll take a. I felt like I had it almost solved, and now I don't have any of it solved. Okay, it begins by going right and up all the way to 3. It begins by going to the right and up all the way to 3. So to the right and then up all the way to 3, like this. To the right, so 1, 2, 1, all the way to 3. Then you would circle the 3 to make this. And then we have to go this way from here because we've already got 1. So we would go like this. 1, 2, 1. So 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here. Danny D, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're pretty close to moving on to the last portion of today's stream. Correct so far? Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2 here, and then over and across. So let's see. So 1, 1, 1 here, 1 here, and then go down. So this is the 2. This is the 1. Oh. Huh. Am I stuck now? No. Because this has to be 0. No longer correct. Okay. So cross over, and then up like this. We need to avoid this section right here. So up like that. Like this. So this fulfills the 2. Here's the 1, here's the 2, here's the 1. Then, I mean, there's not very much. 2 here, 2 here, 3 here. Okay. Wow, that took longer than it needed to. 17 minutes. Okay, 17 minutes where SysOS took 11 minutes. And it probably would have taken me a lot longer if SysOS hadn't given me an assist. But yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the next puzzle. I think there are 30 puzzles in this first set. Could be wrong, but here's the link for the next puzzle. We're going to be moving on to our hacking topic, so something that's a little bit easier for me than doing logic puzzles. We'll give ourselves 120 minutes to solve this. Okay, so this is the link, and it's a free module from PwnedLabs. PwnedLabs is a very good platform, especially if you want to learn about cloud stuff. Okay, so here's the link, and we need to turn on the lab to get started. Okay, we'll turn it on. Update your overlays, thank you. Okay, so we're doing topic 4. Topic 3 is done. And yeah. Okay, so this is PwnedLabs. We're taking a look at AWS. We're doing execute and identify credential abuse in the lab. We have a entry point. We have an S3 bucket to take a look at. And we have a VPN file. So the first thing we want to do is we want to download this VPN file so we can actually have access to the lab. So we got the VPN key, which we'll access from over here. We're gonna move this from the downloads directory. What is the name of the file? The Shy Hat, something something. Okay. Alright, so we've got a bunch of different VPN keys here. The one we're looking for is Identify Abuse, Credential Abuse in AWS. Okay. This one. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to use sudo openvpn. This should get us access to the lab environment. So you'll know that your lab environment is up and running if you have a ton0 interface. So the other thing we could do to make sure that we have access to the lab is to actually try to access some of the lab resources. So this is the S3 bucket, HL Storage General. Also suitable from a CTF approach. Okay, so we're just going to try to access this, copy this, and then put it over here. Okay. That's not it. That wasn't, Sorry. Let's get rid of some of these tabs that we're not using right now. Okay, HL Storage General. And what we should do is we should read about the scenario and the description. Because sometimes there's some very important stuff in the description. So, scenario. During your routine audit for huge logistics, you've come across an unsecured S3 bucket. Your task for the day, dive into the bucket's contents and scrutinize it. If you stumble upon any sensitive data, Document them and use them as pivots to understand the broader security posture of huge logistics cloud environment. Your goal is to determine the risk exposure of this open bucket and gain access to other connected systems. Okay, so lab prerequisites, basic Linux command line knowledge, learning objectives, S3 bucket enumeration, leveraging tools to automate IAM permissions enumeration, DynamoDB enumeration and data exfiltration, password hash identification and cracking with Jumbo John. Jumbo John. I don't think I've used Jumbo John before. Now I think we're talking about John the Ripper. Suspect either an environment file, a Git repo, or a backup containing credentials. I guess we'll find out. Use Vim macros to automate data manipulation. Vim macros. I don't know very much about Vim macros, but I guess we can learn all sorts of stuff. Credential stuffing, sleuth brute force against AWS console. Detect online brute force attack using CloudTrail. Detect compromised IAM user using Amazon Athena. Gain an understanding of how this attack chain could have been prevented. Difficulty intermediate. Okay, so since the difficulty of this particular lab is intermediate, I suspect that I'm gonna have to follow the walkthrough for some of this. Okay, let's see. That's John the Ripper with all the tools. You most likely have Jumbo John. Kali has it by default. Okay. So let's see. Real-world context. Password reuse and credential stuffing attacks are prevalent security issues in both on-premise and cloud settings. Many users recycle passwords across platforms. Nullsec says, I was just researching that myself. You talking about AWS stuff or something more specific than that, Nullsec? Making them vulnerable if one service gets breached. Attackers exploit this with credential stuffing, using known user password combinations to access various services. Additionally, sensitive data is often stored improperly in both environments, with developers and users sometimes placing secrets in non-secure applications or repositories. This underscores the need for better password practices and secure storage methods across all systems. Oh, John Jumbo? Okay. Okay, so let's give this a try from a CTF approach first. So we know that there's HL Storage General bucket. HL Storage General bucket. Let me go ahead and take a look at my notes, because I've got a few different notes. They're not super good, but I've got some basic notes on AWS security testing. So let's see, after school, cloud hacking AWS. Okay, setup, starting enumeration, S3. So we're taking a look at S3 buckets in this case. So let me take a look at my notes. So we can enumerate bucket A access control lists, and we can enumerate bucket policies. So we'd run the AWS CLI command, S3 API, get bucket policy on the bucket. But the other thing we want to do is we probably want to just access the bucket from the internet. Can we connect to that bucket? So let's do a private window. So the name of the bucket is HL Storage General AWS bucket. So all AWS buckets have, they all have a specific naming convention, right? So it's like S3 dot, what's the common S3 bucket? Common S3 bucket address, or is it like a naming scheme? They're like one of three flavors, I believe. Common S3 bucket URL patterns. Okay, let's see. So there's going to be https bucketname.s3 region at amazonaws.com/object key. Okay, path style URLs legacy. So it is https s3.region.amazonaws.com. AWS S3 bucket naming schemes, and static website hosting endpoints. So it's going to be http bucketname.s3 website region AWS. Okay, so let's take a look at the lab environment here. So our S3 bucket is the first thing we need to take a look at. So are we given... We're not given anything else. We're given our VPN file, and we're given the name of the S3 bucket. HL storage general. So can we, I think we can search, right? We can search for buckets. AWS S3 bucket search. We got a version of the AWS tools, that's a hint. Okay, how you search in Amazon S3 bucket depends on whether or not you're looking for a specific file name or querying data inside of a file. So let's see, how do you search in Amazon S3 bucket? Public buckets over here. So I guess there's OSINT over here. Find public buckets on S3, AWS S3, and there's your blob by keyword. Okay, we've got an OSINT tool. We'll try looking for this. No results. I mean, maybe this needs to be... How to find... AWS S3 bucket search by bucket name. Okay, to search for or filter an Amazon S3 bucket by its name, you can use the AWS console, the AWS CLI, or AWS tools for PowerShell. So, I mean, we'd probably want to use the AWS CLI. So, AWS S3 API list buckets query buckets, and then we look for this thing. Well, let's give this a try. And I'll name this my AWS CLI terminal. Let's go ahead and make a directory for this. We'll call this our PwnedLabs directory. Okay, so this is our pattern here. S3 buckets list buckets query. Bucket starts with name your prefix. And we'll just plug it in here. HL storage general. Okay, the AWS access key ID you provided does not exist in our records. Okay, so I guess we're not doing it like that. List buckets operation, the AWS access key ID. We need this to be credentialed. The thing is that they didn't give us credentials, or did they? Let's take a closer look. Usually in these labs, they give you credentials. But in this case, I don't think they did. Yeah, they didn't give us credentials in this case. So what we need to do is we need to find the HL Storage General bucket in the wild. But we are connected to their VPN. They gave us a tool API version. Okay, AWS CLI version 2 signs request by default. I mean, we're looking at the walkthrough at this point. Okay, AWS CLI version 2 signs request by default when requesting resources from a public bucket. So we can disable signing with no sign request. So no sign request. It limits the type of buckets you can have. So AWS S3 LS HL Storage General no sign request. So I mean, can we give no sign request on this command? Expected string or bytes like object got none type. Okay, so this is probably something we want to add to our notes. AWS S3 LS HL Storage General, which is the name of the bucket, no sign request. So we're assuming that this bucket exists. Okay, we'll copy the command. Pre-migration. Is this the name of... Is this the name of a directory? It's got a space in it. That's kind of weird. It's a different CLI, so maybe its flag is different. So yeah, this is not... This is AWS S3 versus S3 API. S3 API and S3 are different. They're different commands in the AWS CLI toolkit. That's contents inside the bucket. So pre-migration. We probably want to record this because it's a pretty handy command to have. So let's go ahead and start writing this up. So S3, enumerate bucket contents without credentials, enumerate bucket ACL, access control list, enumerate bucket policies. Enumerate bucket contents without credentials. I mean, I guess we can add to this section over here. So we would put the bucket name in here. Try AWS S3 LS HL content name. So we would... So it's either migration or pre-migration. Okay, so it's migration, it's not... What does the PRE in this case stand for? Okay, we found Asana Cloud Migration Backup.json. So we probably want to download this and take a look. It's a flag, PRE. Let's look that up really quick. So Amazon S3 PRE pre-signed PRE bucket. Okay, the phrase AWS S3 PRE bucket used to refer to one of two completely different concepts. So the PRE string in AWS CLI, prefix. Because I'm trying to understand pre-signed URLs for S3 buckets. If you're looking for pre-signed URLs, I mean, let's just give them the output. Okay, because I want to figure out what this actually means. So we'll just ask our good friend the AI. Okay, what is the meaning of PRE in this output? PRE means a prefix in S3 output, basically an S3 folder-like path, not a real directory. What do we mean by folder-like path? In your example, migration is a common prefix under that bucket. So AWS S3 LS is showing it as PRE migration. Prefix migration. S3 is an object. S3 is object storage, so it doesn't have true folders the way a file system does. It groups objects by key prefixes instead. If you want only the objects and not the prefix lines, run recursive to change the listing behavior. So if we run the same command, but just add recursive, but leave off migration. Okay. So we probably want to run recursive most of the time, but sometimes I've seen stuff run with recursive fail to get output. So I guess we need to be aware of this. So migration slash Asana Cloud migration backup.json. We want to get that JSON for sure. What do we mean by prefix, like file type? So apparently, migration in this case doesn't count as a folder or a directory. It's a prefix, which is something different, which I'm not really too sure what it is. Prefix is a grouping mechanism for object stores. So it's like it's directory-like, but it's not a directory because apparently, yeah. Think directory, it's close enough. It's kind of like a directory, but it's not. It's a prefix. Alright, so let's try downloading this. So S3 download. I'm pretty sure I've got the command somewhere in here. Okay, starting enumeration S3, SN. So policies, bucket contents without credentials, and let's add a section to this. So this would be download bucket objects. The difference is in the pedantic details. I mean, you need to be accurate, I guess, especially when you're dealing with tech stuff. Download bucket objects. It's going to be a separate command, right? AWS CLI download S3 bucket objects. So the AWS S3 CP command. So download a single file, AWS S3 CP, and then your bucket name. Okay, so let's get the command syntax. So your bucket name file.txt. This works okay for us. We just want HL storage general slash migration slash Asana Cloud migration backup. Nullsec do okay. Did these people gravitate to IT, or does IT make one something? I mean, When you're dealing with technical topics, you can't be vague. You have to be very specific. You need to be very specific, especially in like technical documents. You can't go by feel. Let's see if this works. No such file or directory. S3/HL storage general. So this doesn't exist. Can we... Oh, sorry. It's supposed to be AWS S3... S3CP, like this? Okay, that is it. No. Forbidden. Hedge object operation forbidden, so we don't have permissions to download this. Unless it's supposed to look like, the command is supposed to look like that. No, that's not the way it's supposed to look. Okay, it's AWS. Found invalid choice. Found invalid choice. Okay, did I copy over the... So it's AWS S3, it's AWS S3 CP. Okay. AWS S3 CP S3 bucket name HL storage general migration to Santa Cloud migration backup.json. Okay, so head object operation forbidden, so I guess we're not allowed to download this. So I guess we could also enumerate the bucket access control list. And enumerate the bucket policies. But the S3 API, I think the S3 API command requires us to have credentials. And we don't have credentials. So bucket ACL. Yeah, so we need an Amazon AWS access key to run this. I guess we could also... Well, let's take a look at the write-up. Because the write-up is going to have all the correct stuff. It does have a help function. Help function for AWS CP. I mean, in this case, we tried to use AWS CP to download the file here, but it gave us a forbidden error message. Okay. Wait. Okay, no sign request. Maybe we need to add no sign request to our other commands. So for example, this one. Okay, now it worked. Okay, now it worked. So we managed to download it. It's just that we needed to tack on the extra parameter here. We'll add that to our notes. So download bucket objects. And we'll just add a note over here. Sometimes we need to add... What was it? No signing... What was it? No sign request. If we don't have credentials. S3 API does have a help function. Maybe we just need to add no sign request to all of our commands here, huh? I don't know. We'll just commit these changes first. We'll take a look at the JSON file here, because we might have some really good stuff. Okay, that's a lot of JSON objects. Actually, let's look at this in a text editor. That's much easier to read. Okay, so what we're looking for is we're looking for potential credentials. So we got a username, we got Ryan Garcia. HL Cloud Migration. And we also have a link. We might want to keep track of this link. There might be additional information here. Let's record it over here. I wonder if Batcat works with JSON, add some color. Batcat? Enumerate bucket contents without credentials. Okay, and then download bucket objects. We need to add no sign request if we don't have credentials. Okay, it's not a standard tool. In a standard tool, you have to have it installed. Batcat? I've never heard of that one before. Okay, we've got our Asana link here. Let's just make sure that there are no keys or something hidden in here. We've got more links. I wonder if this is the same link or not. On Ubuntu or Kali, it's typically labeled as bat. Bat? Some more Asana links. It looks like the same thing over and over again. HugeLogistics.com. Here's another URL that we could record. Use JQ to filter the keys. JQ to filter the keys. Oh, Zusa. Hello, nice to see you here. Bat. There's no... It's not installed. Bacula console QT. Okay, so there's HugeLogistics.com. There is... the Asana link. We have some notes. Training for huge logistics staff insured. Okay, staff. I think we might want to take a look at all the Thanks. Thanks for redeeming the Budweiser Frogs nullsec. Thank you. So the nose, it doesn't look like there are any secrets in the regular objects here. Unless there's something I just don't see right now. Okay, it's a structured list of tasks as performed on the Asana cloud. Not super familiar with the Asana cloud application. I think there might be credentials hidden here somewhere, like in the notes section. It's a pretty big file. Yeah, it's a really big file. Okay. Grip it? Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Search like password to find stuff. Okay, so we'll read this grep for some specific patterns. So password, no. Key or AWS. Look for keys. Okay, we've got keys. And I guess we can take a look at the 10 lines surrounding that. So let's see. Test automation account. Notes, access key ID, this thing, secret access. Key, this thing. Okay. It's case insensitive. It's been a hot minute. I think it's, oh, -I, yeah. So access key ID is this. We need to make an account. Okay, let's see. Access keys, we can now log into the thing. Remember credential reuse. Credential reuse. So this is the automation account over here. It's probably not the Ryan Garcia account. So we need a number of different things. So I've gotten my notes over here are setup. Setup, installing AWS CLI. We're not doing that. We need to configure our account. So AWS configure. They're going to ask us for the AWS access key and the secret access key, and then the default region. Okay, so I mean the default region is we're probably just defaulting to US East 1. And then, yeah. Okay, so run AWS configure. And let's so access key ID is this. And secret access key is this one. Default region name, USA East 1, we'll just use that one. Default output format, it's usually going to be JSON. And then from here, we can do our initial enumeration to figure out what our username is and stuff. Okay, so now we go to starting enumeration. get user info, so AWS STS get caller identity. And we are the user/migration test. User migration test. All right. So from here we can do a bunch of other stuff. Oh, so sorry. Our username is migration test. So use user/ and then the username. Okay, this output would let us know that our username is this thing. We will need our username for certain CLI actions. So enumerate S3 buckets. So AWS API list buckets. Alternatively, AWS S3 LS. Let's try running that command. Okay, so we're not allowed to run list buckets. What was the other command? It was AWS S3 LS. Okay, so we're not allowed to run these actions. The other thing we need to do is we need to figure out what we are allowed to do. So we could enumerate API gateways. I don't think that's the path. I think we're supposed to be enumerating IAM. So AWS IAM list users, etc., etc. So it looks like we're pretty locked down. We can try to look at the roles. We could try to look at groups. Oops. I can't do that either. Okay, and let's see. List out members of a specific group. That's not going to work. Get my user permissions. So maybe we should have done this first. List attached user policies. Username, your username. So our username is migration test. List buckets. Let's see. No identity-based policy allows the list attached user policies action. So we can't even do this. Okay, this command lets you know what specific permissions you have, which is user specific. We need a policy name here. So we can't do any of this stuff. List buckets? I don't think we were allowed to list buckets either. So enumerating S3 buckets, AWS S3 API list buckets, we weren't able to do either of these. So we did all this starting enumeration stuff. We did before, maybe we might see now. We did before. List buckets. So list buckets, no. S3 LS, also no. The ls command. No sign request. Yeah, didn't go through. Okay, so, I mean, we're logged in. I'm not too sure what we can do from here, though. We need the main thing, that HL thing, but we need to sign. Now we have a signed request. So so this is the CPGAN. So get bucket ACL. Yeah, okay, okay. So we can try this. Ah, okay. So you're right, you're right. SysOS Master, you're correct. Okay, so we're doing S3 API get bucket ACL, and I guess we should have went back. So this is S3. Enumerate bucket contents, enumerate bucket ACL access control list, and then enumerate bucket policies. Get bucket policy, bucket name, access control list. I mean, the thing about this is that we already know about these buckets, and they're not giving us... I don't think we've got... I don't think this gives us any more information, does it? It can reveal more. Okay, we'll take a look. So we got full control. Oh, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. Okay, we'll take a little break. And we'll put on the birds. Okay, it's a winter-themed day today. So enjoy this lovely bird. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay. And does the little guy come back? Hold on. Yeah, he comes back. That's a beautiful bird. Okay, well, let's get back to that. Okay, so we don't have too much information here. So we got the owner, we've got the grants, we've got permission full control, permission read ACP. Okay, and I think we can also do the other command. And the other command was enumerate bucket policies. So S3 API get bucket policy. Thank you very much, Stan Chu Liao, and Hack the Planet. You've resubscribed with Amazon Prime. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the follow, Lebowski. Thank you. Let's see. If you want to subscribe with Amazon Prime, here's a guide for how to do it over here. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So what was the name of that S3 bucket again? It was called HL Storage General.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we can't do this. We can't do the get bucket policy action, but we were able to do get bucket ACL. Canonical user, read permissions. I mean, we should be able to get our own user permissions. I'm not too sure what's going wrong over here. So get user info, right? Thank you very much for following IKHU bunch of letters and numbers. Hello. New running S3 buckets, SNS, API gateways, IAM. IAM list users, we weren't able to do that. Group enumeration, we weren't able to do that. We weren't able to get groups. List attached user policies, username, your name. We should have been able to do at least this. Unless I'm misspelling the name here. AWS STS get caller identity. Migration test, yeah. So we should be able to run this command to get our list attached user policies. Hobo Snail, hello, nice to see you here. It's a joke, bit buckets. Bit buckets? I'm not too sure. Yeah, we can't run the command. We're not authorized to perform this this action. No worries, no worries. User migration test. All right, let's go with the walkthrough because we're not really making any progress here. Okay, there's a folder named migration, and then we download it. Okay, we did that. We downloaded the file, and then we found the access key. Okay, so then we fired up. What is it doing over here? Find the region that the company uses to deploy infrastructure. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Maybe the default region we were using isn't the correct region. I'm open for explanations. I know it ruins the joke. Okay, we used to call dev null to the bit bucket. Oh, dev null to the bit bucket. I don't think I've heard that one before. Okay, so we can do this by sending a head HTTP request to the S3 bucket, which should return the region with the X Amazon bucket region header. Sending the curl request below reveals that the S3 bucket was created in US East 1. I mean, this is good. This is a good thing to know. So we need to, if we need to figure out which region is being used. Henki, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to catch your stream with a cup of coffee. Yeah, nice to see you here, Henki. Okay, so we're doing curl. We're going to add this to our notes. So as part of like enumerating S3 buckets. So I guess we'll call this section enumerate bucket region. Enumerate bucket region. So curl I bucket name dot s3 dot amazonaws.com. And I guess what we need to do is we need to take note of some header. So the header is called X Amazon bucket region header. Okay, Nullsec says, I think I get it now. I would have called it the bit bin, makes sense. The term bit bucket refers to a mythical destination for lost, deleted, and discarded data in computing. Oh, really? I don't think I've heard of that. Wikipedia has a page on the bit bucket if you're that interested. Okay. The phrase originated as a literal joke that evolved into a standard technical metaphor for a universal data sink. And Randolph Stokes, hello, nice to see you here. Catching the stream while at the gym. Awesome. I hope you're getting healthy. Okay, so we're looking for a specific header. Take note of this header. Okay, let's try running the curl command with, what is the name of the thing? HL something something? It's like HL general storage or something. Let me double check that. HL storage general. Okay. Okay, so this comes back okay, and we've got X Amazon bucket region, US East 1. So if we don't know what region we're supposed to be interacting with, we would figure it out by running a command like this, if we know the name of one of the buckets. Is this challenge free, or do you need a registered account on the cloud? It's free. I don't think you need a registered account with Amazon Cloud. I'll give you the link. Here's the link. It's a free challenge. Okay, but we still don't know. We still don't know what the next step is supposed to be. So I guess we'll keep on reading. Okay, so it was created in the US East 1 region, which is the region we're using right now. After running AWS configure and running AWS STS get color identity, we see that our principal is the IAM user migration test. Okay, so we know this. Oh, they run Paku. So this is a tool that I need to integrate. You can send me $5 if you need to. Wait, what are we talking about? I guess we could. Okay, that they should be using the government region. Government region? Okay, we start off with Paku by running CLI.py, creating a new session with prompt ID entering 0, and then setting the keys with set keys. Paku is an open source AWS exploitation framework designed for offensive security testing against cloud environments. It can help with the heavy lifting of enumerating our permissions. I guess what we should do is we should write a little section on using Paku. See AWS GovCloud. I've never heard of that before. Okay, so we're just gonna create a new section for Paku, AWS Cloud Hacking. I've been numbering all these. I guess we can just call this the T section or something, I don't know. Okay. Or maybe tools? And we'll call this paku.md. Okay, so tool URL. So we'll just get the GitHub repository for Paku. Paku AWS testing tool. CLI.py. CLI.py. Okay, so is it here? Rhino Security Labs, AWS Exploitation Framework. I hope this is the right one. Okay, so I guess setting up Paku. So we start off with Paku by running cli.py, creating a new session when prompted by entering 0. Okay, let's go ahead and git clone this so that we can use the tool. So we will copy, and then we'll git clone. I guess we can call this our Paku tool tab. Oh, Clippy! Clippy! Yeah. That's a whole other meme, isn't it? Okay, so git clone this thing, and then enter the directory. So we got cli.py, so we got Clippy over here. I mean, do we run this? We probably run this with Python, right? Python cli.py. Okay, so maybe we need to run this in a virtual environment, or maybe we need to take a look at the at how to install this thing. So Paku here, installation. So it's a fairly lightweight program. Okay, so pip3 install pip, and then pip3 install Paku. Pip3 install Paku. Okay, so we need to create a virtual environment. That should be an ASCII art of the Microsoft paperclip. If only. So every time I need to create a virtual environment, I need to look up my little guide, my little text document I wrote for myself. So it's going to be python-m venv myenv to make a virtual environment called my environment. Then virtual env, and then source bin activate, and then pip install Paku, pip install Paku. What is the -U though? Okay, and because this is running in a virtual environment, it's not going to mess up my my other Python modules. Sure does seem to be installing a lot of stuff though. Okay, so while this is running, I guess we can read up on what's going on with this thing. So run cli.py, creating a new session when prompted by entering 0, and then setting the keys with set keys. Paku is an open source AWS exploitation framework designed for offensive security testing against cloud environments. Okay. The available modules in Paku can be listed with ls, and we can run the module run IAM brute force permissions. IAM brute force permissions to gain situational awareness. This finds various permissions related to the DynamoDB service. Waffler, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, did it finish? Nope, still downloading. Maybe it was a mistake to run pip with the with the capital U. Let me do some quick research. Let's see, pip -- help. Pip install, right? What is the capital U? I guess we can search for it. Upgrade. Upgrade. Oh, okay. I mean, that means it's updating everything. Dang, this is taking a long time. I guess we need to wait until this this countdown is done from 63. Unless it's got a pip install H should tell you. Okay. Pip install -H. Upgrade. Upgrades all specific packages to the newest available version. The handling of dependencies depends on the upgrade strategy used. Okay, so that's why it's taking such a long time, because it's upgrading all the specified packages. Wow. Okay, I guess we need to wait for this thing. Okay, then we can just run Paku. Install with pipx. Oh, Paku's Docker image. We should probably keep track of this stuff too. Run with default entry point, which directly runs Paku. Run with default entry point. Okay, I guess we can read further along. So this finds various permissions related to the DynamoDB service. So I'm guessing that our user has permissions with the DynamoDB service. Alternatively, we could have discovered these permissions using AWS Enumerator. So, I mean, I don't think I've used this tool before. We can then set our keys with the command AWS Enumerator cred, which, okay. So it's just teaching us to use this additional tool. We'll have set specific permissions with the command AWS Enumerator dump services DynamoDB. General list access to any DynamoDB table. It's possible that an AWS IAM policy has been assigned that grants us read access to specific tables. Now we can do lateral movement to DynamoDB. So with the AWS CLI command, AWS DynamoDB list tables, we can get the table names, analytics app users, and user order logs. So DynamoDB, I'm not really too sure what this is. Is this like the standard database management system for AWS? I want to learn a little bit more about DynamoDB. DynamoDB. AWS. Well, I mean, what is this thing, first of all? Amazon DynamoDB. Okay, so it's something that's specific to Amazon. Fully managed serverless NoSQL key-value document database provided by AWS. It delivers consistent single-digit millisecond performance at any scale. It's a popular free NoSQL DB. Okay, AWS key-value database thing, like SQLite. NoSQL, it's the other one, I do not use it. Oh, I mean, the most popular NoSQL system is MongoDB, I think. In this case, it's... I mean, can you use it outside of the Amazon system? It's something that... Is it something that's baked into AWS? There's a specific command for it. Okay, so this the Paku tool should be available for us to use. So we just run Paku. Okay, Paku. Now we can do new session. And then what would you like to name the new session? What was our user called? Migration test. Okay, and then we need to supply our keys. No keys set. I think we can... we need to set keys. Set keys to the session and set them as default. Okay. So set keys. And then key alias. If you enter an existing key alias, the keys field will be updated instead of added. Key aliases must be at least 2 characters. So we'll call this key alias migration test. We'll give it an access key ID. So we've got our stuff over here. So we just want to figure out how to use the tool because it's a very good tool from what I see. Okay, session token optional for temp AWS keys only. I mean, we don't have one. Keys saved to database. Okay, so from here, we also need to set our region, right? Set region. So set regions to US East something something. What was the name of the region? It's like US, AWS region, US East 1. US East 1. US East 1. Okay, and then the command that they used was run IAM brute force permissions to get situational awareness. The available modules in Paku can be listed with ls. So if we go in here, IAM brute force permissions. So category is enumeration. Yeah, so this is the module right here, IAM brute force permissions. So we'll run this, and then we'll just wait for this to come back. Okay, how are the buckets used in production? Just general storage? I'm not completely sure. We'll wait for this to come back. In the meantime, we'll get off this page because we don't want to look at all this scrolling text. So what this lets us know is that there's something, we've got permissions with the DynamoDB service. Lateral movement to DynamoDB. So we can run the command AWS DynamoDB list tables and get the table names, analytics, app users, and user order logs. I guess I can add this to a new section in my guide. So notes. So SNS, we'll do another section. DynamoDB. If the tools break, they break. I agree. So enumerate, what are we doing? Enumerate tables. That's the command. Okay, Aslan asks, do you know how to code? To a degree. I'd say that I'm okay at like some very basic Python scripting. I'm not really a code person. Setting up Paku. I guess we can give the instructions over here. Probably want to set up Paku in a virtual environment. And we'll just give all the commands for setting up the virtual environment over here. I'm a code guy trying to become a hack guy. Oh, awesome, awesome. Aslan, what kind of what kind of development work have you done before? Do you do web apps? Do you do other types of applications? What kind of coding were you doing? I mean, and what kind of job do you, what kind of role do you want to do in cybersecurity? I might be able to give you some advice. You would be surprised. C++ cheat dev. C++ cheat dev. That's the role you want to do? I mean, you probably want to get into binary exploitation stuff. So take a look at the education links over here. And then look at binary exploitation or binary hacking and reverse engineering. I've got a bunch of resources for those two categories. Okay, so let's let me copy the commands. And then the command for pip install -u Paku. There you go. All right, we've got ads running on Twitch. We're just gonna take a little break. And in the meantime, you can hang out with these birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, then let's get back to the AWS stuff. It's a bit too big. Okay. So with the AWS CLI command, you can get the table names. Analytics app users and user order logs. Okay, so we're assuming that we know we have these permissions, so we're just going to run the command. So table names, analytics app users, and user order logs. So, I mean, I wonder if there's a command to dump out the contents of these tables. I guess the walkthrough will tell us about it. Okay, Hobo Snail says, my last job was a systems architect on Lumen on a team developing pricing AIs. I had enough high-stress corporate jobs, so I retired. Oh, what are you doing in your retirement? Are you having a lot of fun learning about hacking and cybersecurity? Or are you working on other projects? Okay, it seems we don't have permissions to describe. Describe. Huh. Describe table. And this is the information, giving us information about it, I guess. We can describe analytics app users. Okay. So we need to just, well, get the specific table. Let's add this to our notes. So this is for DynamoDB. He's gone rogue. Really? Okay, so enumerate tables. Or yeah, I guess it's not really enumerate tables, it's just listing list tables. And then this will be list table contents or output. What do we call this? Enumerate table content. I'm not too sure why they call it describe table, but anyways. So the table is going to be table name. Okay, and Hobo Snail says, I bought a farm on Colorado's western slope, horses and a B&B. Huh. The tech-to-farm pipeline is real. I mean, have you spotted a lot of people doing the same kind of thing, Hobo Snail? A lot of people are doing tech to farm. Okay, so describe table, analytics app users. Billing mode, pay per request. Table class standard. I'm trying to figure out if this gives us something we can use to move further into the cloud infrastructure. I don't think it does it? Unless we're supposed to steal like some sort of key. Table ARN, US East 1. Because all we seem to have is like a billing mode. I could be missing something. Item count in the table. Tells you a lot about the table. Item count in the table. So item count 51. So attribute name, user ID. Oh, okay. This is where it tells you about the columns. So there's user ID, which is a string, and we got user ID, which is a hash. User ID is a hash, and then we've got user ID as a string. Okay, yeah, they're essentially like columns. Okay. Enumerate table content, list tables. This is DynamoDB stuff. Okay, this reveals an item count of 51. Item count of 51, so we can safely download the values without waiting for millions of records or filtering further. Okay, so we're running DynamoDB in scan, and the output, we're going to output to output.json. Okay. So DynamoDB scan as opposed to DynamoDB describe table. So describe table doesn't actually get us the table contents. It gives us information about the table. Table metadata, you shouldn't think of in columns. In SQL, they are structures. Yeah, there's that very specific terminology again. Okay, so we should probably revise this. So enumerate table. It's not content. In this case, it's metadata. Data about the data. The content is actually this command here. Okay. Alright, we'll go back in and we'll give the command. So this is just going to output.json. Get user ID, role, first name, last name, email, password hash. Password hash. Okay. We got a bunch of these. So we should have like 51 different entries for these users. But which ones do we need to pay attention to? We also have like a common username format. So it's like first initial last name at hugelogistics.com. So we probably want to do some sort of, oh, there's password spraying, maybe. Maybe we need to crack all these password hashes. So what kind of password hashes are we using in this case? Okay, let's ask a question. DynamoDB password hashing method. It's probably that you get to choose your own method. Amazon DynamoDB does not have a built-in password hashing function. Because it is a general purpose NoSQL database, you must hash installed passwords on the application client side before saving them to the database. Okay, so what are some, I'd guess, as SHA? There's a, okay, let me copy one of these. And it'd be nice if we could, if there was like a reliable hash identifier tool. Hash identifier tool. Okay, hashes.com, hash type identifier. We can try this. Oh, I've been searching for this tool for a while. I kind of lost track of it. Tunnelsup.com, hash analyzer. I used to use this one a lot. This one. Okay, tool to identify hash types, enter a hash to be identified. So we'll analyze. So this is reported to be SHA-2 256. Okay, and we'll try another one just to make sure. So this is hashes.com, hash identifier. And we'll try this one. Okay, possible algorithm SHA-256. So this is probably SHA-256, and you know what that means? That means we need to do some hash cracking. Okay. So I guess we need to get some Linux magic going on. So cat output.json. And just get the password hashes. Grep hash. Nope. Grep password hash. Oh yeah, okay. It's grep for password hash. It just doesn't show us the actual hashes. Okay, grep for password hash, and then A1. Okay, so this gives us the password hashes. Said JQ over, probably better. Okay. So we want to, we can't just get the strings. We need to find some better way to just return the password hash values. JQ might be the better tool to use. I think I've got it installed. I do have it installed. Okay. So we're going to ask a question. JQ command to return value of object. Okay, to return the value of a specific key from the JSON object using JQ, use the dot identifier syntax, dot key name. So we're looking for JQ dot. Okay, so we run JQ dot password hash. So cat, what was it called? Output .json, pipe it into JQ, and get password hash null. Okay, so we need to run it on, so it's JQ output.json. Or we need to put it at the end. Okay, star dot. Okay, star dot. Star dot password hash, or because this isn't return anything, or the fully qualified path. So JQ output dot JSON dot password hash. And what you want is a key from the object from every entry of the array. The Google answer isn't great because it isn't showing you the array syntax. Okay, return all values inside of an object. Real text. Oh, and you know what? I think my syntax was wrong. So we need to put this between single quotes, and then we need to put the object name behind double quotes. Still null, huh? Okay, thank you, OW Zusa, hello. From output.json, okay, let me give it a try. So we're looking for password hash. Nope. Or JQ keys from output.json. That the key? The problem is that your password isn't a top level element of the JSON. Okay, so our output.json, the top level, so this is an object with user ID, role, first name, last name, email, and password hash. You need to list what the keys are first. So the keys are user ID, role, first name, last name. There's got to be an easier way to do this, right? Because what we want from the file is all of the password hashes. Okay, I'm a JQ master. Well, I'll give it a try. Curl. What do you got? So dot password hash doesn't work in this case. Okay, so first of all, let's just get items. So it's items. So the master object is called items. So is it items password hash .s? Okay, and taking it from output.json. Okay. Thank you guys. That was very helpful. Well, we got it done. I guess the other thing we need to do is we need to strip this. We need to tr delete the double quotes here. And then I guess we can also strip out the white space if there's any white space. I don't think there is, but okay. If you want it without the quotes, you do JQ-R. Oh, okay. So I guess we would just do it like this. Okay. That works, and then we'll redirect that to hashes. Hashes.txt. Okay, so this is good. We just need to crack this. So this is SHA-256. So John, format SHA-256 on hashes.txt. Okay, and I guess wordless is going to be our good old rocku.txt. User share wordless rocku.txt. Unknown ciphertext format name requested. So what is the format for? You should save it's a tool TLDR. Tool DLDR. Sure, let me take a look at that. CHT.sh, like cheat.sh. Okay. Yeah, this looks good. It's a cheat sheet. Awesome. So cheat sheet cheat.sh/JQ. As long as it's in JSON format. Okay, so what do we got here? We need the format for SHA-256, or like raw 256, I guess. Let's do a quick search. John the Ripper format SHA-256. Okay, raw-SHA-256. Okay, loaded 51 password hash with no different salts. No such file directory. I guess I misspelled that. User share word lists rocky.txt. What? Did we find? Wait, which ones did we find here? So we got password 123, summer, logistic. We got all these. Huh. I think what we need to do is we need to use the show options to display all the cracked passwords reliably. Okay, so we'll -- show this. Invalid. Use the show format raw SHA-256 options to display all the cracked passwords reliably. I think you just need the hash file in show. The hash file in show, so we don't need the word list in this case. Okay. 18 password hashes cracked, 33 left. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to format this list. We need to format the list. We need to list out. We need to also provide the username. Hold on. So John the Ripper hashes with names. So we're looking for a specific format, right? So it's username hash, username hash, username colon hash. You can also run John without specifying a word list. It will figure this stuff out on itself, on its own. Okay. So okay, we'll go back to JQ. Because we want more than one thing now, right? So this gets us our hashes, but we also need the usernames. So we want to get our user IDs. We also want the user IDs. So M. Perez, for example, or maybe the emails, because I'm not too sure how we're going to be using these. Is this a honeypot we're looking at? I mean, I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using this for password spraying. So maybe we're going to be using this on the login portal for hugelogistics.com. Because we've got platform access. But does this resolve? Hold on, let me do this in a private window. Huge logistics. So dev.hugelogistics.com or something else. We need to attack the login page. Maybe just hugelogistics.com. You probably need the emails. Yeah, we probably need the emails. So what we need to do is we need to find the login page. But let's go ahead and get yeah, we probably need the emails if we're going to be doing a password spraying attack. Okay, so it's going to be multiple fields from JQ, field 1, field 2, file.json. So you got item, password hash, email. So we probably want to do email and then password hash. Email colon dot password hash. So email is going to be S, right? Email.s. Yeah, okay. The other thing we need to do... Oh, wait, we're not getting the password hashes, though. Huh. Just replace password hash with email. So email.s, and then maybe we... No. Dot password hash, and then dot email. You need to pipe it like in my example. Okay. So let's see. jar item password hash. Pipe. Dot password hash. Dot email. Okay. Oh, it has to be all together. It is... So item pipe dot email okay, but now it's putting it on separate lines. I don't think... It gets more complicated now. Password hash email. So items, pipe, and then password hash email from output.json. So in this case, we don't need the dots. Okay, so I think we do need I think we do want the dots in this case. No. Email.s and then password hash.s. Okay, items email. Email.s, password hash.s. Okay, so this is items and then pipe it into an object. Email dot email dot s colon, or sorry, comma, password hash dot password hash dot s. Okay, I mean, the thing is that we don't want email or password hash, and we don't want it as an object. We want to do it as the email and then the password hash. You know what? I think I'm gonna feed this. I'm gonna feed this to the AI, and I'm gonna have it troubleshoot this for me. Just a second. Okay, we're troubleshooting a JQ command. We want it to output the email, then the password hash. Okay, so their JQ filter outputs two separate values per item, email and hash, as independent outputs. You want them as two values on the same line. So it's items pipe into email.s and then password hash.s. Or if you want it separated by a tab or a comma, this is actually what we want. We want them separated by a tab or a comma. Hold on. Thank you very much, Lebowski and Awazusa, for all of your JQ help. So what does this do then? Okay, so this gets us our email, and then our password, hash. So these are separated by commas, but we want them to be separated by colons, because this is what John the Ripper likes. Okay, and then we'll put that into hashes.txt. CSV, yeah, comma separated values. Okay, so we'll try. Let's run our John the Ripper in another tab. We'll call this our John the Ripper tab. I think we ran all this inside of John the Ripper. Whoops, we're in the wrong directory. Okay. So we'll try -- show. Okay. So we got our... We want to do our password spraying attack with this, because we have passwords for specific accounts. We also want to get rid of the last 2 lines here. So the easiest way to do this is just to put this into a file called creds.txt, and then manually go in and get rid of the 2 lines we don't want. Okay, and then I guess what we need to do is we need to read on to find out about where is the login page we want to access. So it's hugelogistics.com. There's got to be a login portal somewhere. Doing great. Trying to. So are we looking at dev.hugelogistics.com? Or do we have to... Is it this one? Okay. So we got hugelogistics.com. We don't have a login link. Client portal. Okay, client portal, but this doesn't lead to anywhere. We can email. There's a telephone number. I guess we can keep on taking a look at the write-up then. So this tells us about the stuff. Cracking hashes. We can use hash ID to figure out the format of the hash. So we... Hash ID -- John. Oh, this gives us the John the Ripper format that we can use. Did we try? Oh, /login. You know what? That's a very good point. So /login. Forbidden. So I guess the endpoint exists. Let's see if it exists on the not found. So this is not found. This is access denied. Okay, so cracking the hashes, we've already done this. Okay, it could be the result of a few different hashing algorithms. From this list, we see SHA-256. Open network in dev console and browser and look at the headers. Open network in dev console and browser, look at the headers. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So we can do web developer tools, network, reload. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just take a look at this in curl. In very verbose mode. Well, just regular verbose mode. Alright, so this is content type HTML. I'm not too sure if what we're supposed to be doing is like directory busting. Okay, let's see. SHA-256, widely used for security applications protocols, SSL and TLS, sure. This could be a promising area to explore the infrastructure, as usernames may be consistent and password reuse is a very common bad practice. Let's get the usernames and passwords in a good format for cracking with John the Ripper. So in this case, oh, they're using grep instead of JQ. Okay. The format is not yet ideal for cracking with John, which should be username : password. Oh, and they use a vim macro to automate this. Okay, I mean that's cool. There's a few different ways we could do this. Okay, John the Ripper, and then they run it, and then they find all these passwords. Huh. So they're not using email, they're using I mean, I guess for this, if we're not using the password, we can just strip out the password part of the creds.txt file out. Weak. JQ better. Sure. Okay. Okay, from our perspective, we cracked a lot of hashes on the first run without using rules or other word lists. We can export this into a more convenient format with the following. Sure. Show format, SHA-256. Yeah, we've got something that looks kind of like this. Lateral movement via AWS console credential stuffing. AWS console. Okay, as an obvious please to reuse. What do you mean? What? Oh, this is supposed to be place. An obvious place to reuse these credentials is the AWS console. Possibly some of these users have the same username and password for their IAM account, so they want us to do credential stuffing on the AWS console. Okay, if we had a longer list of usernames and a few passwords, this could be considered password spraying. I mean, in our case, we're performing a credential stuffing online brute force attack, trying all possible combinations of our 18 usernames and passwords. A good tool to use is Go AWS Console Spray. So this is specific to the AWS console. Sure. Okay, it's still good to learn how to use different tools to do the same task, so you can live off the land. Yeah, for sure. Go AWS console spray. Okay, we can give it a try. Oh, Go, it's written in Go, okay. Go install. Go install? Do I have Go installed? Which Go? I do have Go installed. Okay. So we can try installing this thing. Go AWS console spray latest. Go ... version. Huh. Go version. Go version. So 1, 2, 4, 9. Hopefully this is good enough. Are you running Kali? Yeah, this is Kali Linux. Hopefully this recent enough. I hope so. Okay, so it is. We spent 2 hours on this already, and I don't know how much more time should we do maximum. I'll do 45 minutes more maximum, because I don't want to end too late. Okay, 45. All right. So how do we run the tool? So go AWS spray. We need to give an account number, and then we need to give a usernames list and a password list. A usernames list and a password list. Okay, we're running to perform the brute force attack. Running it, we get a hit. So we need to get a usernames list and a password list. No, usernames and passwords are both going to be the same thing. What's going on here? So did they create a separate username and password list here? Oh, they do. Okay. So we got users and passwords. Okay, let's go ahead and create those two lists. So we got our creds list over here. We want to separate it into two different lists. Okay, go install. We'll pull the Go root source and compile a binary in your machine, and then you're just running that binary. Okay. I don't work with Go very much. So we just want our usernames. So we'll do cut by delimiter at, and get field 1. Whoops. And we need to run this on a specific file, creds.txt. Okay, so we've got our users. And next we need to get the passwords. So the field we want to do for cut in this case is this, these are the passwords. Pass.txt, cat users.txt, pass.txt. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. Not implying that you're old. Well, I'm not young, anyways. And I'm not exactly grumpy right now. Not yet, anyways. Okay, so we'll try running the Go AWS console spray, and then we need to give an account number, and then a username and a password. Go AWS console spray. Is it installed? Go AWS Like, there's a whole part in the middle. I mean, there is. So we installed this thing. Go AWS console spray, and then go to cd go bin. Okay, cd go bin. cd /go/bin. Which go? User bin go. cd user bin go. Whoops, user bin. Hold on, where is this supposed to be? Install the thing, then go to go bin. Install this thing. Somewhere in home go bin. Do I have a Go directory in here? I do have a Go directory in here. Okay. So it's home go bin. And then we've got we've got both of these things, AWS enumerator and AWS console spray. Okay, great. cd go AWS. Oh no, this is a binary. It's not a directory. Okay, so we just run. We run this thing, and we have to point it at the correct password, username and password thing. Okay, so this is going to be in /temp href PwnedLabs users.txt. Isn't go bin on your path? I'm not too sure. Not too sure if it is or not. So pass.txt. I guess this isn't in the right directory. Let me take a look at which directory it's supposed to be in. So this is, oh, PwnedLabs has an underscore. I forgot about that. And that's why this didn't light up in the terminal. Okay. So we got users loaded, passwords loaded, potential login requests. Okay, so it's not super fast. Is go bin on your path. So I guess we need to wait for this to complete. Okay, and then it finds one success on rstead with valid password ABC123. This passes default AWS password policy. ABC123 exclamation point twice, really? Sign in with that user using the AWS account ID we found earlier. So this is, what is the endpoint for, is it Amazon AWS? Amazon AWS login? Should have found it by now. Okay, let's Amazon AWS IAM login. Where's the login portal? Amazon AWS login. Login console. Okay, AWS management console. Okay, sign into console. So I'm pretty sure I'm not logged in on this. So I am user sign in, account ID or alias. I am username and password. So we've got MFA false. So MFA false means multi-factor authentication, which means we don't have a. So rstead is the account we want to log into with the password ABC123 exclamation point. Rstead. Whoops. It's not the account ID, it's the username. Or at least I think it is. ABC123 2 exclamation points. Sign in. Account is required. Okay, so we need account ID. And this should be the account ID right here. This number. Okay, shock. Hello, nice to see you here. Test Oracle. Test Oracle? You want me to do security testing on Oracle? Okay, now we're logged in as the rstead user. So I'm guessing they want us to steal, they want us to find something. When the console loads, yeah. Okay, so we've got... We can take a look at all this stuff. DynamoDB, CloudTrail S3, Secrets Manager. That's probably a good. That's a good guess. Okay, Secrets Manager easily rotate, manage, and retrieve secrets throughout their life cycle. I don't. Do we have any secrets? We don't have any secrets. Okay. So we don't have any secrets. What else could we try looking for in here? Man, there's just too much stuff to look at. Okay. Secrets Manager, or we can't see them. Maybe. You don't have permissions to view or select existing secrets in your account. Contact your administrator to obtain list secrets access. So I guess it says we don't have any secrets. There's only one page for us to look at. Yeah. Maybe in the database. I mean, we could take a look at the DynamoDB. It's a pretty heavy app. Okay, let's take a look at DynamoDB. Filter the secrets via SQL injection. I mean, we're dealing with the actual AWS application right now. I'm pretty sure the actual AWS application isn't vulnerable to SQL injection. It'd be very, very, very surprising. Okay, let's see if we can take a look at any tables. User order logs. Unable to load capacity details of this. I guess we don't have permissions. And check the IAM to see other users' permissions. Explore table items. Okay, so let's open up a couple of tabs. And Joa Claudino, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Hope you're having a good time. Okay, so we'll take a look at DynamoDB, and we'll take a look at the IAM section as well. So DynamoDB is here, and somebody suggested to explore the table items. Okay, so explore items. Find tables. I mean, there's analytics users, analytic app users, and user order logs. Can we select both of these? We can only select one at a time. We don't have access to analytics app users, but it looks like we don't have access to either of these. Okay, so we've got access denied for both of these. All right, so let's take a look at the IAM stuff. Okay, we got access denied. You know, if they really want to lock you down, it looks like they've got the ability to lock you down pretty hard. Because I don't see anything here. Okay, let's see. You can now use short-lived JSON web tokens to securely authenticate your AWS workloads with third-party cloud providers, SaaS providers, and self-hosted applications. So if we take a look at roles, yeah, can't see any of these. Policies, no. We're not allowed to look at users or user groups. And we can't take a look at... Seems like we can't take a look at anything. I wonder if we can export our credentials somewhere. How many users did you have? So we saw there were 51 total users, and we were able to crack the passwords for 18 of them, but only one of them came back successful for the AWS console. You can give access based on each configurable item, so really fine-grained stuff is possible. I mean, that's how you want to do it. Check S3 buckets. So does this user have access to some special bucket? We also have access to the Cloud Shell. Oh, you know what? I think I saw Athena as one of the tags for this one. But let's take a look at the S3 buckets first. Cloud Shell dump user permissions. I'm not sure if we can do that, but we'll just wait for this to load up. We'll see if there's S3 buckets, and then we'll check out Athena. Amazon Athena, start querying data instantly. So I think what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to use Amazon Athena to find something out. So the query editor lets you author and run SQL statements. SQL statements, huh? But this is something I'm open to learning, because I mean, I've never used the thing before. This thing's still loading in. Okay, so let's do some I believe. So sign in as the user. Recall there is another DynamoD table named user order logs, so let's check that first. We see that we have permission to see the status of the table and the partition key. The status of the table and the partition key. Huh. I guess we didn't look at it closely enough. So this is... DynamoDB. So you got tables. And what do they say that we've got permission to do? See the status of the table in the partition key. So let's see. User order logs, partition key, and status of the table. Okay, so I mean, when we actually click on the table, it tells us that we... Oh, wow. It does give us some information, but it also says can't load certain things. Okay, item count 43. Okay, explore table items, top right, top right. Explore table items. Okay, so what are we looking at here? So we got device ID, timestamp, device ID, GPS latitude, GPS longitude. Can I resize any of these windows? Or, we got the flag. Okay, the flag is in here. I guess we can click on that. So flag is a string, and we got user agent, which is, I guess this is what we need to do to complete the challenge. You might be looking for log leaks. I mean, I guess we're looking for a flag. It's called a computer. You can use it to hack the planet. yeah, for sure. Okay, let's submit the flag. This was this sure was something. We learned about all sorts of new tools and stuff. I really need to come back into this.
A hacking?
Is this a hacking? Yeah, exactly. Hold on, we've got a better redeem for this. It's this one.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, let's try submitting the flag over here. So submit flag MD5 hash. Paste it in. CSRF token mismatch. Was that not the flag? Hold on. So this is supposed to be the flag in the table. Copy. What do you mean by CSRF token mismatch? View as JSON top right. So, So here, JSON view. All right. Well, I mean, this is the same. It's the same value, isn't it? It's not going to change value. So if this doesn't work, I guess I'll take a look at the write-up to see what I did wrong. Cross-site token? I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not... I mean, I'm logged in, but there's only one... Yeah, I'm not too sure why I'm getting why I'm giving an error message here. Okay, so we did all this. We take a look at the tables, explore table items. Yeah. The dataset reveals personally identifiable information of users. Oh, this is... Maybe we're looking at the wrong table. User order logs. But that is what we're looking at, right? User order logs. And then we're looking at the... And there's a flag over here. False flag. False flag. It falls. Anyways, okay. So, the flag is also in the table. The compromised data includes a timestamp of activity, unique device identifiers, IP addresses. I guess I didn't scroll enough. We should be scrolling over to the other side. Where is it? Here. Okay, shipping address, user agent. Shipping address, user agent, and order ID and IP address. So this is all like, yeah, this is PII stuff about the customers. Okay, in the wrong hands, the dataset can be used as for a range of malicious purposes, including spear phishing campaigns, location-based threats, fraud, or other cyber attacks. Okay, you can also download the dataset over here. Download results to CSV. Okay, so let's hop over to the blue side and figure out how this could have been prevented and detected. It says all started with a public S3 bucket that contained an Asana project export. It's better to use a dedicated secret management solution. Storing secrets and credentials in software applications in general is a common bad practice. From there, we were able to enumerate our permissions and move laterally to the DynamoDB table related to a web application. This provided us with usernames and SHA-256 password hashes that were easily cracked. We were then able to move laterally to another IAM user by an online brute force attack against the AWS console, reusing these credentials. From the new IAM user, we were able to get access to sensitive data stored in another DynamoDB table. Okay, so it should be noted that password spraying is very loud and can easily be detected. All AWS IAM user and root sign-in events are logged in CloudTrail by default, and AWS may also block your IP address if you send too many requests. Holy cow, those are my GPS coordinates. You mean your farm in, oh gosh, I forget what state it is. You don't need to share if you don't want to. Okay, aside from the lack of MFA on the compromised IAM user Arstead, not storing credentials in software applications, and not storing sensitive project exports in an S3 bucket, we might also have prevented this scenario by changing the password policy to require more secure passwords, such as increasing the minimum password length. Colorado sounds like a beautiful place. I think oh gosh, what's the name of the big city there? He has a B&B he wants you to visit. Denver, yeah, Denver. It's also like high altitude, right? Denver, Colorado. I guess that the air should be better if you're at a higher altitude. It trains your lungs. It should be healthier for your lungs at, like, on a long-term basis. Slightly radioactive. That's what I wanted to hear. I'm at 5,400 feet. I mean, it must feel really good to breathe the air when you visit like lowlands, but not so much for people who are new to the elevation. Daily drive Kali or boot just for this. I mean, I use Kali Linux basically every day because I teach a lot of stuff inside of Kali Linux. But, Kali Linux isn't the best for everything, especially not the best for being a daily driver Linux distribution. I use it inside of VM, yeah. Okay, so this teaches us how to defend against these kind of attacks, but I think we're basically done. I'll come back to this, and I'll take a bunch of notes about the different tools we created, well, the different tools we used, because I really need to get better at doing my AWS hacking. Bring your best hypervisor escapes. Thank you very much for following Doug Grumpy Chef. Thank you. Okay, so we'll wrap up the stream from here. But before we do that, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next time. So today's Wednesday. We typically stream on Wednesdays and Fridays. The next stream is going to be on Friday, June 19th. And we're probably going to switch out our puzzle game for the same puzzle game we're doing today, which is Order the Sinking Star. We're going to be doing our daily challenges over at Thinky Games. And we're going to be doing our first network service hacking session over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is the course that I'm most confident in teaching, because it's basically teaching people how to eventually do CTF boxes like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me. And we're going to end off by doing a Windows challenge over at the Hack Smarter platform called Kiosk. Hobo Snail says, I'm using Ubuntu with the Budgie desktop. I've never heard of the Budgie desktop. Let me look that up real quick. Budgie desktop. Budgie desktop environment. Let's take a look at some images. Ooh, looks nice. But yeah, I've been looking to get into like a daily driver for Linux, either Ubuntu or Linux Mint, because I hear those are pretty easy to get into. Anyways, okay, so let's see who else is on from InfoSec Streams. So this is a website where you can find other people who do cybersecurity stuff, streaming on either YouTube or Twitch, and it looks like BlazeBits is on. Okay, BlazeBits also has a YouTube. I don't know if he streams from there, but let's see what BlazeBits is up to on Twitch. But yeah, thank you very much for coming by today. I had a lot of fun talking with y'all, and you all gave us some good advice for different commands like JQ. Okay, if you're already familiar with Linux and just want to have a system that's tuned for your use, check out CachyOS. CachyOS. Okay, so BlazeBits is here. He's talking about cybersecurity news and Q&A. So BlazeBits is a good guy. He works as a pen tester. BlazeBits. Alright, so when you arrive on Blaze, it has to be Gen 2, compile all things. When you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, if you could give this message over here, OSFrog, hip, hop, hack, OSFrog. He's got a Linux beard. He's got a tech, like an old school tech kind of beard, yeah. Please give this message when you write into the channel. Alright everybody, we'll be back on Friday. Hope to see you then. Have a great rest of the week. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.